दोस्तों नमस्कार। कैसे हैं आप लोग? आशा करता हूं सब ठीक ठाक होगा। कल हमने नेहरू साहब के कुछ ब्लंडर्स के बारे में डिस्कस किया था, कुछ मिस्टेक्स के बारे में डिस्कस किया था। हमने आपको बताया था कि नेहरू साहब के पिताजी मोतीलाल नेहरू जी ने उन्हें किस तरीके से कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष बनवाया और वहां से डायनेस्टी की परंपरा शुरू हुई। हमने ये भी देखा कि नेहरू साहब ने 1939 के आसपास जो प्रोविंशियल असेंबलीज थी उसमें से कांग्रेस की गवर्नमेंट्स को इस्तीफा दिलवा दिया, जिसकी वजह से मुस्लिम लीग और स्पेशली जिन्ना साहब को मौका मिल गया आगे बढ़ने का और उन्होंने हिंदू मुस्लिम अलग अलग राष्ट्र बनाने की कोशिश की और उसी से पार्टीशन की नींव पड़ी। हमने ये भी देखा कि गांधी जी ने 15 प्रोविंशियल कांग्रेस कमेटी के लोगों से वोटिंग होने के बावजूद जेबी कृपलानी के थ्रू 12 वोट मिलने के बावजूद सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल को प्रधानमंत्री बनाने से कैसे रोका और कैसे जवाहरलाल नेहरू साहब को प्रदेश अध्यक्ष 1946 में बनाया गया, जिससे कि वो आगे जाकर के प्रधानमंत्री बन सकें। आज हम उससे आगे चलते हैं और देखते हैं कि और क्या क्या ब्लंडर हमारे पहले प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने किए हैं। तो मैं आपको डॉक्यूमेंट शेयर करता हूं। हम लोग इसी पुस्तक को देख रहे हैं तो हम लोग ब्लंडर 8 को कवर कर चुके थे। अब हम लोग ब्लंडर 9 पे जा रहे हैं। चक्रवर्ती सर नमस्कार।
प्रणाम बाबा।
सुनाई दे रहा है?
सुनाई दे रहा है। मैं जरा इंडिया बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बात खत्म होती है मैं आपसे ज्वाइन करता हूँ।
ठीक है, ओके, टेक योर टाइम। आज हम लोग नेहरू के 9वें ब्लंडर के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। उसका हेडिंग है मेकिंग ज्यूस आउट ऑफ हिंदू सिंधीज। Sindh is the home of the oldest civilization in the world. The Hindus are Sindhu Valley civilization highlighted by the excavation at Mohenjo-daro dating back to over 7000 BC. The 3180 kilometer long Sindhu or Sindhu river that originates near Lake Mansarovar in the Tibetan plateau runs through Ladakh, Gilgit-Baltistan, western Punjab in Pakistan and merges into the Arabian Sea near the port city of Karachi in Sindh. Sindhu means water in Sanskrit. Name India is derived from Indus. Sindhu river has a number of tributaries. The Hindu delta is mentioned in the Rig Veda as Sapta Sindhu. Sapta Hindu in the Iranian Jain Avesta, meaning seventh river. Aryans were indigenous to India and hence to Sindh. The Aryan origin theory has long since been conclusively debunked. Genetic studies also prove it. Aryan-Iranian divide was also a deliberate myth floated by the colonies to serve their divide and rule and proselytization strategy. मतलब ये जो हिंदू आर्यन इन्वेजन थ्योरी है ये डिबंक कर दी गई है. सिंध was part of the empire of Dasarath, जो रामचंद्र जी के पिताजी थे. During the second Vedic period, after Sri Ram returned from Vanvas defeating Ravana and became king, he gave the responsibility to his brother Bharat to rule Sindh and Multan. Later, Gandhar, जो आज की डेट में कंधार है, came under him. To Bharat's son goes the credit of building the cities of Peshawar and Takshila. भारती साहब इम्पोर्टेंट है. भरत जो है, भरत के लड़कों ने पेशावर और तक्षशिला बनवाया था. Sindh was in good hand till the reign of Harshvardhana, who ruled India and Sindh during 606 to 647 BC, after which it entered to weaker hands. Buddhism, which vigorously taught non-violence and which had its presence in Sindh, too contributed to weakening its defense capabilities. There were several hundred Buddhist monks in Sindh at that time and many thousand Buddhist monks. तो अगर इतना ओके 15 अटेम्प्ट सिंध के ऊपर हो चुके थे समुद्र से और जमीन के द्वारा 638 एडी से लेकर के 711 तक, but were all repulsed. Muhammad bin Qasim finally managed to plunder Sindh in 712 AD. He first attacked Debal, a temple town near sea, in April 712 AD, won it, and then proceeded to defeat the then king of Sindh, Dahir, which he did on 16 June 712 AD. Qasim and his family plundered the riches of Dahir territory and carted away the booty to the court of Hajaz in Baghdad. Many women were abducted to Baghdad. All male were 17 years who refused to convert to Islam were killed. But finding that there were too many Hindus to kill, they were granted dhimmi status upon regular payment of jizya tax. ये धीमी वर्ड वहां से आया है, जो हिंदू रह करके भी मुसलमानों की रूल को ना मानते हैं और उनको जिजिया टैक्स देते हैं, उनको धीमी बोलते हैं. There is interesting tale on the death of Muhammad bin Qasim. As per Chachnama, the Sindh chronicle of the time, Qasim had sent the two daughters of King Dahir as present to Khalifa for his haram. To avenge his father's death by Qasim, the daughter lied to the Khalifa that Qasim had violated them before extending them. उन्होंने जाकर के खलीफा के सामने झूठ बोला कि कासिम ने उनके साथ में दुर्व्यवहार किया है. गुस्से में खलीफा ऑर्डर दैट कासिम बी रैप्ड एंड स्टिच्ड इन ऑक्सन हाइड्स. उनको बैल के खाल में रैप किया जाए और वहां सीरिया लाया जाए. This resulted in his death from suffocation. Upon discovering the sister's subtle preference, the Khalifa then ordered that the sister be buried alive in a wall. जब बाद में खलीफा को मालूम पड़ा कि उन बहनों ने झूठ बोला है, तो खलीफा ने उन दोनों को दीवार में चुनवा दिया. Here is telling a statement from Rajmacharani in his foreword to the book The Sindh Story by K.R. Malkani. The rest of the Indians across the border of Sindh were doubtless aware of the Arab conquest. It produced not a ripple on the quiet river water of their placid existence. Life went on as usual for them. There was neither a sense of territorial loss of a fellow Hindu king, nor an understanding of the nature of the new Islamic menace. The conquest of Sindh was dismissed as one more dacoity, afflicted by deliberate pacifism, corroded by the idea of non-violence. Indians seems to have left it to professional soldiers to fight the invaders. कि जो प्रोफेशनल सोल्जर्स होंगे, जो आर्मी में होंगे, वही लड़ेंगे, बाकी कोई लड़ेगा नहीं, ये उनके दिमाग में था. The rest of the neighboring people lifted not one finger to defend the Hindu homeland. Invader who thrusted for the tremendous wealth of India and its delicate and beautiful women never met with the resistance that the nation could have generated. ये राम जेठमलानी साहब बोल रहे हैं कि invader who thirsted for the tremendous wealth of India and its delicate and wealth women never met with the resistance that nation could have generated. क्योंकि सिर्फ जो फौजी थे वही लड़ते थे, इसके अलावा कोई लड़के नहीं थे. Why was Sindh not partitioned? Sindh came under the British rule in 1843 and was included as a part of Bombay Presidency. At the time of partition, Sindh was a British India province. It was bordered by Balochistan and West Punjab to the north, and by the princely state Bahawalpur northeast, Las Bela west, Kalad west, and Khairpur. Sindh province surrounded it from three sides. To east west was Rajasthan and Gujarat. Gujarat was its south. As per the last census of 1931 before independence, Sindh population was about 41 लाख लोग थे वहां पर, of which 73% were Muslims, 26% were Hindu, and the remaining 1% were Christians, Sikhs, etc. Hindus were concentrated in urban areas while Muslims dominated the countryside. ये गांव में रहते थे और हिंदू लोग ज्यादा शहरों में रहते थे. Hindu were in absolute majority in 4 of Sindh's 5 largest cities. For example, Hyderabad में 70% Hindu थे. The exception being Karachi, which was about 48% Muslims, 46% Hindu, and remaining 6% non-Muslim belonging to other religion. There were also Muslims were not in absolute majority. There also Muslims were not in majority. 4 sub-districts of the southern, Umarkot, Nagar, Parker, Mitti, and Chachro, adjoining India, had Hindu majority of 57%. Several nearby sub-districts too had about 40% to this Hindu population. Looking at the upper position, Sindh could have been partitioned to give space to the Hindu Sindh. South East Sindh plus certain adjoining areas to compensate for Hindu Sindhis leaving their parts of Sindh could have been Hindu or Indian Sindh. Looking to sub-regional Hindu-Muslim ratio of Sindh, the Congress could have tried to have part of Sindh carved out of the Hindus, considering that the Muslim League had secured only 46% of votes in Sindh and the nationalist Muslim had polled 3 votes for every 4 polled by the League. The Congress could have insisted for a plebiscite in region with Hindu dominance. However, the Congress seemed to have abandoned Sindh as far a place like Chamberlain had abandoned Czechoslovakia to Hitler in 1938 on the pretext that it was a far-off country about which we know little. Khairpur was a princely state adjoining India on the east and surrounded on the other 3 sides by Sindh. Its Mir had offered to Nehru its merger with India, but the offer was declined by Nehru, and India sent their occasional accession paper back to them. Had the offer been accepted, Khairpur plus the adjoining Hindu majority area could have been Hindu or Sindh. कितना बड़ा blunder किया था देखो. Not within the above, nothing was done for the Hindu Sindhis. They were deprived of their homeland of thousands of years. They became the new Jews, although their history and homeland was several thousand years older than those of the Jews and Israel. Why the injustice? Why Gandhi, Nehru, and other Indians did little for them? One argument is that Thar Desert formed a natural boundary between India and Pakistan, and Sindh fell beyond the Thar Desert. That's a reasonable argument if India-Pakistan partition was done taking the natural boundaries into account, but that was not the case. Where was the natural boundary between the East Punjab that became part of India and West Punjab that went to Pakistan, allowing drug peddlers and terrorists to cross into India from East Bengal and West Bengal? That has allowed Bangladeshi refugees to inundate India. Or that between Jammu, Kashmir and Pakistan and POK that allow terrorists from Pakistan to filter through. If Punjab, Bengal and Jammu Kashmir could be without a natural border, why not Sindh? Why should there have been a Hindi or Indian Sindh? Why should not there have been Hindu or Indian Sindh? Another argument is that this kind of partition Another argument is that this kind of person could not have been done in all regions. Otherwise, why not earmarked areas, say in UP, are Muslim? There are several reasons for this. There was no Muslim majority district then in UP. Partition was restricted in border areas and not anywhere within India or within Pakistan. Since fell in the border area, initially the concept of Pakistan was restricted only to northwest India. It did not even include East Bengal. When the Muslim League proposed Sindh as one of the component of their future Pakistan in 1930s and later on when the grouping ABC was proposed, India leader and Hindu Sindhies should have objected to the inclusion of whole of the Sindh as Muslim majority area in Pakistan. They didn't. However, the real reason nothing was done to retain part of the homeland for them, like it was done for Punjabis and Bengalis, seems to be that unlike the Sikhs or Hindu Bengalis, the Hindu Sindhis did not fight it. Hindus of Sindh were generally not aggressive or bellicose like the majority non-Muslim in Punjab. The world at large is too cruel and indifferent to the plight of any given section of the people unless they themselves fight and sacrifice for their right. Jews suffered for centuries till they asserted themselves for the creation of Israel. Tibetans with the non-violent Buddhism have been deprived of their nations. Yazidies and Kurds, who have been at the receiving end of for centuries, are now fighting back on account of their cultured past of thousands of years and their engagement in business. The Hindu Sindhis have been too peaceful to resist, agitate, and fight. Yet something was expected from the Indian leadership of Gandhi, Nehru, and company, in whom the Sindhis have reposed their faith. All one can say is that perhaps the nature of our freedom movement and the quality and competence of our national leaders left a lot to be desired. Sadly, Gandhi, Nehru, and company suffered from an inherently defective worldly view thinking and vision, and were too poor as strategists, tacticians, and implementers on the ground to be able to outsmart the British or the Muslim League or stand up to their design, not just with regard to the sin, but in all other matters too. Sardar Patel had that genius, but Gandhi Nehru combined often overlooked him or did not allow him a free hand. सिंधी लोग अपने व्यापार में बिजी थे और वो लोग सोच रहे थे कि गांधी जी और नेहरू जी उनके लिए कुछ करेंगे, और गांधी जी नेहरू जी ने क्या किया वो सबको मालूम ही है क्या हुआ फिर। तो इसके आगे चलते हैं। तो हिंदू सिंधी जो हैं वो जैसे इजराइल में अपने घर से ज्यूज को निकाल दिया गया था, वैसे इन लोगों को निकाल दिया गया है। At the time of independence, there were about 1.4 million, accounting for the increase in population in the 1931 census. Hindu Sindhis, most of whom, to save themselves from the violence, decided to leave, especially after the influx of Muslim refugees, Mujahid, who started looting their Hindu Sindhis properties and evicting them from their homes. By June 1948, about 1 million Hindu Sindhis had left Pakistan for India. Migrants continued thereafter and tapered off in 1951. Although Hindu Sindhis were deprived of their homeland, culture, identity, business, land, shops, properties, residential quarters, making beggars out of the prosperous families, no one battle annihilate not the UN or the Human Rights Organization or the US or the UK or the Pakistanis with whom they had stayed for centuries, or even the Indians. They became like the Jews of the past before Israel was created in 1944, or the Tibetans of 1950s, or the Kashmiri Pandits of 1990s, or the Kurds and the Yazidies of the current times. India was a poor country, and thanks to Nehruvian economic policy, it remained a poor country. There was little that Nehru in India offered to the helpless Hindu Sindhis refugees who had lost everything. They were condemned to their miserable fate and dumped into the other outer areas, several cities and towns without any worthwhile help or facilities. Yet one has to salute the spirit and hard work of the Hindu Sindhi community, which without any governmental help gradually stood up on its own feet and became prosperous. If the Indian leaders like that is Gandhi, Nehru and company had followed the Ambedkar suggested model detailed elsewhere in this book of partition and peaceful population and property exchange, not only would the Hindu Sindhi community would have been adequately compensated for loss of their asset in Pakistan, they would not have suffered violence and deprivation. बेचारे सिंधु लोगों को इन लोगों ने इतना वो किया. इसके बाद देखिए प्लंडर 10वां क्या है. पाकिस्तान का पार्टीशन होने के बाद में हिंदुस्तान ने उनको 55 करोड़ रुपए दिए. ये 10वां पार्ट है. India and Pakistan agreed in November 1947 that rupees 55 crore remained to be transferred to Pakistan as its share of the asset of undivided India. However, at the instance of Sardar Patel, India informed Pakistan within 2 hours of agreement that the actual implementation of the agreement would hinge on a settlement of Kashmir, said Sardar Patel. Sardar Patel ने बोला 55 करोड़ रुपए तभी देंगे जब कश्मीर को आप सेटल कर लोगे. If the division of asset we treated Pakistan generally, but we cannot tolerate even a pie being suspended for making bullet to be shot at us. The settlement of asset is likely like a consent decree. The decree will be executed when all the outstanding points are satisfactorily settled. ये बोला है. Pakistan has been pressing for rupees 55 crore in the cabinet meeting in January 48. Sardar Patel stated that the money if given, would surely be used by Pakistan to arm itself for use in Kashmir, and the payment should be delayed. Dr. Syama Prakash Mukherjee, N.B. Gadgil, and Dr. V.R. Ambedkar backed Patel. Nehru to express his total disagreement. The cabinet therefore decided to withhold the money. Sardar Patel told in a press conference on 12 January 1948 that the issue of 55 crore could not be dissociated from the other related issue. अब यहाँ पे गांधी जी घुस गए. Gandhi conveyed to Patel the next day, 13 January, that withholding 55 crore from Pakistan was that Mountbatten had opined to him as a dishonorable act, unstatement-like, and unwise, and what he thought was immoral. Patel was furious and asked of Mountbatten, "How can you, as Constitutional Governor General of this, do this behind my back? Do you know the facts?" Gandhi was apparently innocent of the fact that Mountbatten and the British were bent upon favoring Pakistan, even on Kashmir, despite Pakistan aggression. How could a top leader be so blind to the realities? Unfortunately, Nehru, rather than supporting Patel and sticking to what he had himself agreed to and had got passed in the cabinet, went back on his commitment and committed to Gandhi. Yes, it was passed in the cabinet, but we do not have a case. It's a legal quibbling. Gandhi and Nehru, rather than being prudent about what was in the best interest of the nation, went by what the British colonial representative Mountbatten, having his own axe to grind, had to say, and the cabinet decision was reversed to let Pakistan have the money and trouble India further in Jammu Kashmir. Given by the net results, effectively it appeared that for Gandhi, maintaining brand Mahatma and its associated morality was not important. The question is, why did not Gandhi and Mountbatten consider the morality of Pakistan in attacking Kashmir, which had already acceded to India? If Pakistan had agreed to desist from its legal action in Kashmir, it would have got the money anyway. Further, Gandhi wanted to look good in the eyes of Muslims in Pakistan and India, ignore national interests for the sake of appeasement and your own image. And for Nehru, knowing that not owing to Mountbatten and Gandhi was a priority rather than standing up for the cabinet decision of which he was a part. People like Sardar Patel were out of place in such a scenario. Gandhi went on a fast to force the issue in his favor. Important है, गांधी साहब उपवास में बैठ गए थे. It was one of the several issues that led to fast. Patel yielded, Gandhi won, and India lost, wrote Rajmohan Gandhi. Wounded by the Mountbatten's backbiting and Jawaharlal Nehru's disloyalty and bitter of Gandhi's stand on 55 crore, Patel felt too that the timing of the Gandhi's fast was hopelessly wrong. All those leaders, including Mountbatten and Nehru, who encouraged or prompted Gandhi into that unreasonable position of going on fast, were indirectly guilty of his untimely death. Patel had said something similar to General Roy Butcher At our meeting in Dehradun, the Sardar told me that those who persuaded the Mahatma to suggest that monies held in India should be dispatched to Pakistan were responsible for the tragedy, and that after the monies were sent off, the Mahatma was moved up to be the first to be assassinated on the books of a very well-known Hindu Revolutionary Society. I distinctly remember that Sardar saying, "You know quite well that for Gandhi to express a wish was almost an order. It was an on Gandhi's insistence that सिक्योरिटी हैड बीन विड्रॉन." देखा, ये था इनका मतलब 55 करोड़ रुपया दिलाने के लिए भाई साहब जो है वो टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ फास्ट चले गए थे। ये इनका करामात था। अब अगला चैप्टर पढ़ते हैं। अगले चैप्टर में क्या लिख रहे हैं? आजादी से पहले ही डायनेस्टिक प्रमोशन शुरू कर दिया था। Jawaharlal Nehru dynastic tendency inherited from his father Motilal were apparent in 1930 itself, much before he became the prime minister. After the 1937 election, when the ministry was being formed in UP, Govind Vallabh Pant, who became the chief minister, and Rafi Ahmad Kidwai proposed to Nehru inclusion of Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, Nehru's sister, in the ministry, which Nehru readily agreed. Why did they do so? Not because they consider Vijay Lakshmi competent, but by doing so, they hope to receive Nehru's favor and hope to save themselves from unnecessary interference and outburst of Nehru. On Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, there is an episode of the time of Nehru was head of the interim government in 1946, as written by Stanley Beauport in his book Nehru, A Tryst with Destiny. Liaquat Ali Khan Nehru almost came to blows in the interim government's cabinet when Nehru named his sister Vijay Lakshmi Pandit as India's first ambassador to Moscow. Liaquat was livid at such autocratic blatant nepotism, but his protest fell on deaf ears. Nehru yelled louder and threatened to restrain immediately if Dickey supported Liaquat in the matter. ये हालत था। मतलब लियाकत अली खान से भी झगड़ा कर रहा था कि नहीं, मेरी बहन को आप मॉस्को में एम्बेसडर बना दो। What really led to India's independence? इसमें ब्लंडर क्या हुआ? Often when one point out the blunder of Nehru, the same are sought to be whitewashed by highlighting that after all, Nehru, along with Gandhi and Gandhians, won for us our freedom. So was it Gandhi-Nehru Congress that made the British quit India? इसका जवाब ये दे रहे हैं। Was freedom thanks to Gandhi-Nehru and Congress? No. The last and only Gandhian movement for full independence was the Quit India movement in 1942. Mind you, the previous movements like the Rowlatt Satyagraha, etc., are the two major ones in a decade. Gandhian movement, the Khilafat and non-cooperation movement of 1990, 20, and 22, and the Salt Satyagraha 90 plus the civil liberation movement of 1990 that followed it did not have have complete independence in their agenda at all, as the Congress and Congress leaders did talk of Swaraj or dominant states or independence in their meeting resolution speeches and writing, and did officially promulgate the Purna Swaraj Declaration or the Declaration of the Independence of the India at Lahore as late as 29th December 29, followed by its pledge on 26 January 1930. But in none of their major movements until the Quit India movement 1942 did the Congress include Purna Swaraj or full independence as an item of agenda or as a demand on the British. And even for the Quit India 19 recorded the noted historian Dr. R.C. Majumdar from claiming any credit of achievement of 1942. Both Gandhi and Congress offered apology and explanation for the madness which seized the people participating in it, quoted by the author Anudhar in his tweet of 1st July. Anudhar also tweeted the claim that Quit India led to freedom is a state-sanctioned hoax. Quit India fizzled out in about 2 months. After Quit India, Gandhi did not launch any movement. Is one to infer that the call of Quit India given in it was acted upon by the British after a lapse of 5 years in 1947? That there was some kind of ultra-delayed tube-light response. Quit India call heard after a delay of 5 years. Britain hinted at independence in 1946 and announced it formally in 1947, even though there was hardly any pressure from the Congress on Britain to do so. Many of the rulers of the princely state, in fact, wondered and questioned the Raj as to why they wanted to leave. They didn't want them to. It was a question of their own power and perks, which were safe under the British. When there was no movement against them and no demand or pressure on them to leave. The British initially announced the timeline as June 1948 to leave India. Later, they themselves postponed it to August 1947. If the British did not wish to leave and it was the Congress which was making them leave, why would the British voluntarily announce preponement of their departure? The long and short of it is that Gandhi and Gandhism and the Gandhian Congress were not really the reason of the British left. Gandhi himself admitted as much. What they said, what Gandhi had himself said, I see it is a clearly as I see my finger. British are living not because of any strength on our part, but because of the historical condition and for many other reasons. महात्मा गांधी ने खुद बोला था. The historical condition, other reasons were not of Gandhi's making or that of Congress. They were despite them in the context of the choice of international flag in 19 Gandhi had said. But what is wrong with having the Union Jack in a corner of our flag? If harm has been done to us by British, it has not been done by their flag, and we must also take note of the virtue of the British. They were voluntarily withdrawing from India, leaving power in our hand. A drastic bill which virtually liquidated the empire did not take even a week to pass in Parliament. Time was when even very important bills took a year and more to be passed. Admit Gandhi on different occasions during 1946 and 47, have I led the country astray? Is there something wrong with me? Are things really going wrong? Truth and ahimsa, by which I swear and which I have to my knowledge sustained me for 60 years, seems to fail. My own doctrine was failing. I don't want to be a failure, but a successful man. But it may be I die a failure. He realized that his decades of work had come to an inglorious end, an airy creed based on unreal, unscientific, and irrational foundation that ignored historical, economic, religious, and imperialistic forces and either did not recognize or grossly underestimate the forces it was up against, and the nature of British interests had to fail. Gandhi had envisaged the British troop remaining in India after independence for some time to train Indians. That is, Gandhi never considered driving out the British as an option, in which case the British would certainly not have obliged by remaining in India to train their adversaries. Gandhi had remarked, having clipped our wing, it is their duty to give us wing wherewith we can fly. What the above implies is that Gandhi independence movement was a friendly match. Very important. ये friendly match था, where the adversaries after withdrawing was expected to be sporting and be generous to the other side. SS Gill. It seems presumptuous to pick holes in Gandhi's campaign and strategy and appears to belittle a man of epic dimension, especially when the national mythologies rendered its sacrilegious to reevaluate his achievement. Great men of action who perform great deeds do commit great mistakes, and there is no harm in pointing these out. In one sense, it was a Gandhian duty, and he equated truth with God. It is generally believed that Gandhi's greatest achievement was the liberation of India from colonial rule, but historical evidence does not support this view. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Quit India campaign turned out to be a complete failure. It was a mad venture and took the most diabolical form. It was a scorched earth campaign in which the victim of looting, arson, and murder were Indians and the news perpetrator congressman beaten. He started a fast for 21 days in March 1943 while he was in jail with the object of getting out of it. He failed. Thereafter, he fell ill. As he was reported to be sinking, the British government released him for fear that he might die on their hand and bring them ignominy. On coming out of jail, he found that he and the Congress had only missed the bus but also had lost the road. To retrieve the position and win for the Congress the respect of the Congress government, British government as a premier party in the country, which he had lost by reason of the failure of the campaign that followed up the Quit India resolution and the violence which accompanied it. He started negotiating with Viceroy. Thwarted in their attempt, Mr. Gandhi turned to Mr. Jinnah. अच्छा ऐसा भी हुआ. नीरज चौधरी साहब क्या लिख रहे हैं इसको पढ़ते हैं.
Sorry, sir. I'm very sorry, sir. थोड़ा फंस गया था मैं.
नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर. I'm very sorry. थोड़ा सा फंस गया था मैं.
नमस्कार
नीरज
दादा.
चौधरी
भी दादा ये हम
नमस्कार नमस्कार.
जी नमस्कार जी.
After being proved to be dangerous earlier by what World War, the pacifists have now fallen back on Gandhi as their last prop and are arguing that by liberating India from the foreign rule by his non-violent method, he has proved that non-violent method and ideas are sound. Unfortunately, the British amendment of India before Gandhi's death has given a spurious and spacious plausibility to what is in reality only a coincidence without causal relationship, and finally he had no practical achievement, as I shall show when I deal with his death. What is attributed to him politically is pure myth. पैट्रिक फिचर फ्रेंच बोल रहे हैं. From late 1930 onward, Gandhi was a liability to the freedom movement, pursuing an eccentric agenda that created as many problems as it solved. V.S. Naipaul has put it more bluntly: Gandhi lived too long. Not everyone approved of Gandhi's method. Many were dismayed by the apparently arbitrary dictate of his inner voice, and in the political stalemate of the 1930s, for which some Indians still blame him. Gandhi's unpredictable politics, they say, his inability to manage the forces he had released, needlessly lengthened out the independence struggle, delayed self-government by 25 years, and was wasted the lives and talent of many good men. अरे कुछ गड़बड़ी लग रहा है. सीताराम गोयल. The way of Subhash Bose was the way of state patriot, and he stuck to that way to the bitter end. He did not change his way when he was thrown out of Congress by a curious combination of rightists and leftists. He did not change his way when he was completely isolated in the country. It was while walking on that way that he went out of the country, organized the Azad Hind Fauj, for national unity on a bloody battlefield, and read the moral of British Indian Army, which and not the resolution and jail journeys of the Khaddar-clad crowd, as we are now officially asked to believe, for the British to quit India. ये सीताराम गोयल साहब बोल रहे हैं.
आगे भी बोल रहे हैं सर. आगे भी बोल रहे हैं. ये कमेंट फ्लैंक ऑफ कांग्रेस.
प्राइवेट चैट में कौन है यार? एक मिनट.
नहीं डाला.
अच्छा ये है.
पढ़ूं सर.
But this is one of the big lies known to human history, and deep down in his own mind, every congressman knows that he is telling a lie. Whatever might have been the merit or demerit of Congress policies before the Second War broke out, the policies which the Congress pursued during the war period were singularly barren and bankrupt. If these policies succeeded in achieving anything, it was the partition of the country and the planting of the communist Trojan horse squarely in our midst. Good. अरे कहाँ मिलेगा भाई ये सब कुछ पढ़ने को? As regards independence, it came because the war reduced Britain to a bankrupt power, because the morale of the British Indian Army was broken by Subhash Bose, Azad Hind Fauj, and because the British Labour Party, in spite of Pandit Nehru's malicious insinuation against it in all his books, really believed in the slogan it had raised. It is quite another matter that Congress inherited the power which the British were in a hurry to part with. That does not prove that power came to the Congress as a result of its own effort, or that the Congress was qualified to use that or in terms of its inner cohesion or intrinsic character. The only thing it proved is that departing British had retained a sufficient measure of confidence in the Congress organization. The British believed that the Congress would be able to prolong the life of a political system which they had imposed on India. क्या बात है दादा,
जी सर।
दोबारा पढ़ना इसको कभी ध्यान से. It smacks of a nefarious design in the sense गांधी ने 1942 के बाद में कोई मूवमेंट नहीं किया.
जी जी
1947 में अंग्रेज जाने को तैयार थे. They wanted to go in 1948 but they preponed it
जी सर।
by 1 year. Now we in India are taught that गांधी ने बिना खड़ग बिना ढाल हमारे को आजादी दिला दी, ये कर दिया वो कर दिया, ऐसा किया वैसा किया. 1946 में जब कांग्रेस का प्रेसिडेंट बनाया जवाहरलाल नेहरू को, इसके मतलब ये हुआ कि गांधी न्यू दैट British are going, and that's why in 1946, in spite of clear-cut victory of Patel, he insisted that Nehru should become the Congress president, so that if British go, then he becomes the first Prime Minister of India. Now, in 1947, August, he went out. India was partition, independence was given, and on 1st April 1947, Lord Mountbatten announced on All India Radio that we are going to give independence, this and that, and we are going to participate. In January 1948, Gandhi is shot, dead.
Correct.
So, a prudent person will come to the conclusion that there was some hidden hand behind assassination of Gandhi.
Correct, sir. Absolutely.
So that he becomes martyr, and then the history would be written the way they want, making him Mahatma or whatever it is.
And
तो
the legacy
मुझे
of
तो
Nehru
लगता है इसमें
continues.
नाथूराम गोडसे के पीछे कोई और भी खड़ा हुआ था जो नेहरू को, जो गांधी जी को चाहता थे गांधी जी जाएं. इमीडिएट काज में भी दैट 55 करोड़ एंड दिस जो रिफ्यूजीज आए थे और जिनको यहाँ पर मस्जिदों में रहने नहीं दिया गया था, गांधी जी ने जिसके लिए दुनिया भर का बकवास किया था, दैट वुड बी द रियूज मतलब बोलते हैं ना इंटेंशन.
Understand, I understand.
वो इंटेंशन हो सकती है, बट आई थिंक बिहाइंड द असैसिनेशन ऑफ गांधी was somebody else also, because Gandhi had trusted Nehru on us. The chances of Gandhi spilling the bean somewhere sometimes would have not been difficult. Like, so the person who would have got benefit out of Gandhi's that decision, illegal decision, his hand should have also been behind the assassination of him. ये हो सकता है, ये मेरा अपना कंक्लूजन है भगवान जी.
You are absolutely correct, sir. और ये नेहरू का ये देखने से कल जैसे मैं पढ़ रहा था तो मेरे को शेक्सपियर का वो कोट याद आया, some are born great, some achieve greatness, some have greatness thrust upon them. So greatness was thrust upon Nehru by Gandhi. ये पूरा प्री प्लान था पूरा एकदम.
दादा एक नहीं बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस है उसमें.
जी.
एक ये कि जो है जो गवाह थे उनका जो है कितनी फायरिंग कितनी हुई, कितनी बुलेट्स चली, इनके नंबर्स में डिफरेंस था। दूसरा कि 10 दिन पहले एक और अटैक हुआ था, सिक्योरिटी बूस्टअप करने के बजाय कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करी गई। तीसरी चीज़ जो है, 45 मिनट तक जिंदा थे, राम मनोहर लोहिया बगल में, तब तो ट्रैफिक भी नहीं होता था, बड़े आराम से पहुंचाया जा सकता था। पोस्टमार्टम नहीं किया गया। चौथा वो,
ये
बहुत
चीज
सारी
मैं
चीजें हैं।
पढ़ा था तो लोग बोलते हैं दिस इज अ कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी व्हिच कैन नॉट बी प्रूव्ड, सो मेनी थिंग्स कैन बी प्रूव्ड बट कैन बी डिड्यूस्ड। डिडक्शन से तो बहुत कुछ निकलता है, वी कैन कंक्लूड बाय डिड्यूसिंग व्हाट कुड हैव हैपेंड। यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट, सही बोल रहा है आप एकदम।
दादा पर्पस पूरा हो चुका था ना।
जी जी
हाँ, फ्रीडम द रियल रीजन टिल द अर्ली 1940s द ब्रिटिश वर वेल। और इसके साथ जो प्रॉब्लम थी, इसका रिलेशन लियाकत अली खान से भी अच्छे नहीं थे ना, मतलब
जी जी
he was treating that he is demigod, वो किसी को वो ही नहीं करता था।
वो कल
तो
वही पढ़ रहे थे
क्यों
हम लोग।
जिन्ना और लियाकत अली खान इसको बर्दाश्त करेंगे?
कल तो वही पढ़ रहे थे, वही जगह हम लोग पढ़ रहे थे,
नहीं,
एकदम
आज भी
यही
हुआ ना
पॉइंट।
कि वो मिनिस्ट्री में थे, लियाकत अली खान मिनिस्ट्री में थे, and he insisted in 1946 that his sister Vijayalakshmi Pandit should be made ambassador of India to Russia. लियाकत अली खान ने उसको बहुत अपोज किया।
जी जी
क्या है, what are you doing?
इसका हिंट्स कल ही मतलब जो पढ़ रहे थे, जितना पढ़े हम लोग, उसमें भी ये दिया गया है कि दिस वाज, आई मीन द फ्यूड between the breaking of the Congress and the rise of the Muslim League was actually engineered in a way.
तो the real reason for freedom was, मैं इसको थोड़ा सा सीधा आगे बढ़ देता हूँ। फर्स्ट इज दैट यूके प्रिकेरियस इकोनॉमी एंड वर्ल्ड वॉर टू
World
एग्जॉस्शन। ठीक है,
जी जी
आई
वैसे
गो
भी
रोल
मतलब
ओवर सीधा, इसमें ज्यादा वो नहीं
चले ही
करना है।
जाते क्योंकि पाउंड का वैल्यू गिर गया था, उनका
सेकेंड
इकोनॉमी
इज
बहुत।
नेताजी बोस आईएनए एंड आर्मी म्यूटिनीज, जो आर्मी
ये
म्यूटिनीज जो
बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट है सर।
बॉम्बे
जी
में
जी
विस्फोट हुआ था, ये सब कुछ है। ये आईएनए रेड फोर्ट फॉर ट्रायल दिस एंड दैट, ये तो इंडियन आर्मी, ये 2.4
नेवल म्यूटिनी,
the Indian naval mutiny of
ये बहुत
1946
बड़ा
and the
मतलब।
army mutiny of 1946 both provoked partially by the INA trial convinced the British that they could no longer trust the Indian army to support Indians and continue to rule
रूल
over them.
जी सर।
Then, in the pretext of Indian colony, Sir Cripp stated in the British Parliament on 5th March 1947 that British had only two alternatives: either transfer power to Indians or considerably reinforce British troops in India and to retain hold. The latter option he judged as impossible.
ये भी सही है सर, दिस इज करेक्ट।
Comment Narendra Singh Sarila. In Southeast Asia, Bose blossomed and played an important role in demoralizing the British military establishment in India. Indeed, it is toss-up whether Gandhi's Bose influence during the 1946-45-46, even after Bose's death, played a more important role in destabilizing British rule in India. ये वही बात कर रहे हैं कि बी आर अम्बेडकर भी वही बोल रहा हो कि ऐसा हो गया वैसा हो गया, इसके बारे में ज्यादा टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करते।
जी जी
अपना तीसरा चैप्टर।
अच्छा, ये चक्रवर्ती साहब वाला पढ़िए थोड़ा सा, मिनिमल वाला। एटली जो मिले थे, ये ऊपर मिनिमल जो लिखा हुआ थोड़ा सा।
ये ना,
हाँ, ये चीफ जस्टिस पी चक्रवर्ती ऑफ कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट,
who had also served as the acting governor of West Bengal in India after independence, wrote in his letter addressed to the professor of R.C. Majumdar book A History of Bengal. You have fulfilled a noble task by persuading Dr. Majumdar to write this history of Bengal and publishing it. In the preface of the book, Dr. Majumdar has written that he could not accept the thesis that Indian independence was brought about solely or predominantly by the non-violent civil movement of Gandhi. When I was the acting governor, Lord Attlee, who had given us independence by withdrawing the British rule from India, spent 2 days in the governor's palace at Calcutta during his tour of India. At that time, I had a prolonged discussion with him regarding the real factor that had led the British to quit India. My direct question to him was that since Gandhi's Quit India movement had tapered up quite some time ago, and in 1946 no such new compelling situation had arisen that would necessitate a hasty British departure, why would they have to leave? In his reply, Attlee cited several reasons, the principal among them being the erosion of loyalty of British Crown along the Indian Army and Navy personnel result of the military activities of Netaji. Toward the end of our discussion, I asked Attlee what was the extent of Gandhi's influence upon the British decision to quit India. Hearing this question, Attlee's lips became twisted in a sarcastic smile as he slowly chewed.
ये दोनों देखिए, ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर है यूके का, मतलब क्या बोल रहा है देखिए, ये सच बोला ना लास्टली, मेन वजह बताया.
The Chief Justice also wrote, apart from revisionist historian, it was none other than Lord Clement Attlee himself, the British Prime Minister responsible for conceding independence to India, who gave a shattering blow to the myth sought to be perpetuated by court historian that Gandhi and his movement had led the country to the freedom.
वही सर जो बात आप बोले, बिना खड़क बिना ढाल, तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर खुद बोल रहा है कि ये वजह दूसरा ही है, क्लियर कट वजह बता रहे हैं.
मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ, गांधी को मरवा करके और दुनिया भर की बकवास करके ही, मतलब जिस बंदे ने यहाँ पर 17 साल रूल किया, कहीं ना कहीं उसका हाथ लगता है यार, मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है. गांधी को भी मालूम था, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर बना था उसको भी मालूम था कि इसका कोई रोल तो है नहीं.
बिल्कुल.
फिर उसको महात्मा बनाने क्या मतलब है? तो द पर्सन हु वुड गेट बेनिफिट वही तो कुछ ना कुछ करेगा उसमें.
दादा लायबिलिटी बन गया था ना गांधी है.
नहीं, लायबिलिटी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. गांधी की इमीडिएट डेट से मालूम है क्या फायदा हो रहा है? अरे गांधी जी मर गए, गांधी जी मर गए, तो जो कांग्रेस के अंदर जो रिवोल्ट होने वाला था, पटेल हो सकता था अलग हो जाते, बोले साले 12 तो मेरे को मिले, तेरे को तो एक भी नहीं मिला, तो फिर से क्यों प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन गया? उसको
बाद में ये होता ही,
उसको डाइवर्ट कर दिया.
हाँ, ये बाद में होता ही, दबाया गया, ये दब गया चीज ना, इतना हो हल्ला होने लगा, लोग
सारी दुनिया को उसने डाइवर्ट ही कर दिया. कह गांधी जी मर गए, गांधी जी मर गए, अपने आरएसएस ने ये कर दिया, वो कर दिया, वो गड़बड़ हो गया ना.
और दादा बिना खड़क बिना ढाल के आजादी दिलाई हो चाहे नहीं दिलाई हो, हजारों हिंदू जरूर मार दिए बिना खड़क बिना ढाल के, लाखों.
कितना गंदा आदमी था ये भाई, बाप रे, मुझे बोलना पड़ता है यार. उफ,
लोग बोलते हैं. हम
तीसरा क्या बोल रहे हैं? तीसरा देखो, प्रेशर फ्रॉम यूएसए.
प्रेशर फ्रॉम द यूएस.
Creation of March 1942, the first one in the direction of freedom of India, was under the pressure from USA. The USA felt that the best way to secure India from Japan was to grant it freedom and obtain its support in the war.
सर एक बात मैं बताऊं, INA हारने के बाद भी इनको डर था कि दोबारा कुछ वहाँ तैयार होगा, मतलब जापान के बाद कोई दूसरे कंट्री से कुछ तैयार होगा, इसीलिए यूएस प्रेशर डालने लगा. जापान का जो है, दिस इज ऑल्सो रूल्स, बिकॉज जापान वॉज बॉम्बार्डेड. उसके बाद भी इनको डर था कि इंडियंस इन अदर प्लेसेस विल आल्सो ट्राई, बिकॉज नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस वाज पार्शियली सक्सेसफुल, तो ही हैड थ्रोन द वे. तो उनको डर ये था कि बाहर जो एक्सपैट्रिएट इंडियंस हैं वो कहीं दूसरा फिर दोबारा ना ट्राई करें, तो हम लोग रह नहीं पाएंगे. उसका अच्छा जो भाई इसको किया जाए, हट जाए वो. तो इसीलिए
US President Roosevelt had constantly pressurized Britain on India and had especially deputed Colonel Louis Johnson to India as his personal representative to lobby for Indian freedom.
नहीं, उस समय यूएसए का इतना हमदर्दी किस बात में था बताइए, कोई वजह क्या हो गया इतना हमदर्दी का? जबकि बाद में पाकिस्तान जब अटैक किया उस समय तो यूएस कुछ उतना बोला ही नहीं. सब कुछ होने के बाद, जितना गड़बड़ था सब होने के बाद जो है यूएस बोला कि नहीं गलत हुआ, ये हुआ वो हुआ. उस समय इनका इंटरेस्ट इतना क्या था, ये भी एक सोचने वाली बात है सर.
चर्चिल ने गड़बड़ किया, चर्चिल थोड़ा सा रूजवेल्ट के खिलाफ चला गया था,
बिगड़ गया.
US kept up the pressure. The US wanted Britain to settle the Indian issue so that India could provide wholehearted support in World War II. Although the war in Europe was almost over by April 1945, Hitler committed suicide on April 30th. Not so the war in Asia, a large area was still occupied by Japan. Japan eventually surrendered only on 14th August 1945 after the dropping of atomic bomb on 6 and 9 August in Hiroshima and Nagasaki respectively. Simla conference was called on 25th
अच्छा, इसका आंसर सर यहाँ दिया हुआ है। इसका आंसर यही है कि जापान में तो जो है बॉम्बिंग हुई यहाँ ये बता रहा है वाइसरॉय वेबल for Indian self-government again under pressure from Americans to get full Indian support to dislodge Japan from its occupied territories of Burma, Singapore and Indonesia. मतलब वहाँ कुछ फिर भी रह गया हुआ रेमिनिसेंट्स ऑफ दी INA या जो भी हो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स इन सम गाइज, ये एक वजह हो सकता है।
Japan surrendered following the dropping of atom bomb dramatically enhanced the US military clout. The US thereafter insisted that the Atlantic Charter be also made applicable to European colonies in Asia. It was after all the question of grabbing markets for the US capitalists
ये भी एक वजह है सर।
and they all be freed. Thanks to the war, Britain had almost gone bankrupt and was dependent on massive American aid. It could not therefore ignore or withstand the US pressure. Clement Attlee himself acknowledged in his autobiography that it was difficult for Britain to keep sticking on the Indian colony given the constant pressure against the British. अरे हिंदुस्तानी देख लो हम लोग क्या पढ़ रहे हैं। तुम लोगों को साहिल की समीर की स्ट्रीम पर देखने को नहीं मिलेगा,
कहीं नहीं मिलेगा ये सब इन्फॉर्मेशन, कहीं नहीं मिलेगा।
गांधी की पूजा करते रहना बैठ करके। इस किताब को ये लोग नहीं पढ़ते क्या जो बैठे हुए रहते हैं, वो 23-33 लोग जो बैठे हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, झूठ बोल देते होंगे, उसे गलत है ये। कम से कम एक तो बंदा है जो यहाँ से पढ़ के गया, उसने तो पढ़ा होगा ना इसको।
बिल्कुल सर,
लेकिन नहीं, उनका तो बाप भी चमचा था, ये भी चमचा ही रहेगा ना।
दादा मसाला नहीं है ना, ये बड़ा ड्राई सब्जेक्ट है, हो गया छोड़ो, चलता एटीट्यूड। नहीं हमें तो मजा आ रहा है दादा। हम तो जो बीबी दादा कह रहे हैं ना, जो साहिल और जो यंग, वो कहाँ है, हिरोन में किधर है आज?
है ना पीछे बैठा हुआ, मैंने लिंक नहीं भेजा।
अच्छा ठीक है अच्छा फिर ठीक है। तो मैं वही कहना चाहता दादा, मैं भी
जब तक मैं अपना जितना मुझे खत्म करना है खत्म नहीं कर दूंगा तब मैं लिंक नहीं डालूंगा।
नहीं ठीक है दादा, ये दिस नीड्स टू गो ऑन। मैं तो उस बात पर आपके जवाब दे रहा हूँ कि ये यंग जनरेशन है, इनके लिए प्रायोरिटीज आर लॉट डिफरेंट, दैट्स ऑल।
आज मुझे मेरे से भी गलती हुई क्योंकि मतलब ऐसे फंस गया मैं कि नहीं आ पाया। मैं अपोलोजाइज फॉर दैट, आई एम वेरी सॉरी। जनरली आई कम ऑन टाइम।
अरे नहीं दादा, एक मिनट बीबी दादा, मैं इस एम दादा की बात कर दूं। देखो दादा, मैं भी यहाँ काम कर रहा हूँ, कॉल्स आ रही हैं मुझे, व्हाट वी आर रिटर्न इन, कोई मॉनेटरी गेन तो यहाँ नहीं है ना। वी आर स्पेंडिंग सो मच टाइम टू बिल्ड अ ग्रुप, और कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन इस यंग जनरेशन को दे जाओ जो हमारा लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस है। तो अब उसमें ऊपर नीचे टाइम तो ठीक है दादा, वी आर डूइंग बेस्ट, यू नो। आपकी फैमिली है, आपकी इतनी अपना प्रैक्टिस है, सबका वो है, तो वी आर ट्राइंग अवर बेस्ट दादा। नो नीड टू अपोलोजाइज दादा, यू आर आप तो सारी रात जाते रहते हो, इट्स हैट्स ऑफ टू यू। मैं उसका मैं नहीं रात को जा सकता। हाँ नहीं दादा,
आप लोग भी मेहनत करते हैं।
नहीं हम तो दिन में है ना दादा, हम तो दिन में है बस। ये चलिए कंटिन्यू करते हैं दादा।
अब जिस आदमी को
हमारे में पहला सर वीवी सर हमारे को इंटरेस्ट आता है तभी तो हम समय देते हैं ना। इंटरेस्ट नहीं होता तो कब तक चले जाते, एक स्ट्रीम के बाद 2 स्ट्रीम के बाद निकल जाते। अब तो नहीं सुनने से लगता है कि मतलब कोई रिलेटिव के साथ जैसे बैठे हुए हैं हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, उतना ही लगाव हो गया।
सही बोला, रिलेटिव के साथ बैठे हैं। मैं भी ये कह रहा हूँ, ग्रुप बन गया दादा एक जो है ना, दैट्स व्हाट आई लुक फॉर।
तो जब तक आप लोगों का आवाज नहीं देखता हूँ या चेहरा नहीं देखता हूँ तो लगता है कि समथिंग इज मिसिंग, नींद नहीं आती। कम टू दैट। तो इसमें जितना मजा आता है ना, कहाँ मिलेगा बताइए सर। विधि
मजुमदार
दादा
आगे
हैट्स ऑफ
बढ़ता हूँ, आगे और इंटरेस्टिंग है, पढ़ने दो, फिर बाद में करते रहेंगे हम उसको।
जी
ये जो हमारा पहला एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर था मौलाना आजाद, ये खुद लिख रहा है, और जब ये लिख रहा है तो इसने हिस्ट्री में क्यों नहीं लिखवाया ये? I
नहीं,
have
नहीं।
already referred to the pressure which President Roosevelt was putting on the British government for a settlement of the Indian question after Pearl Harbor. American public opinion became more and more instant and demanded that India's military cooperation in the war effort must be secured by giving it freedom. तुम साले अपनी बुक में लिख रहे हो और हिंदुस्तान के जो पब्लिक आ रही है उनको अलग से हिस्ट्री पढ़ा रहे हो, क्या मतलब है ये?
बिल्कुल।
और दादा इसमें मैं एक चीज और जोड़ दूं, रेलेवेंट है बहुत, ये बात मैंने शायद पहले भी कही थी। जब मैं अपना बैचलर्स कर रहा था इंटरनेशनल बिजनेस का, हमारा एक ब्रिटिश प्रोफेसर था, रॉजर प्रेस्टविच था, इंग्लैंड का, लेकिन उसने पीएचडी मिनेसोटा यूनिवर्सिटी मिनेसोटा से की। उससे जो मैंने 2 क्लासेस पढ़ी, उसने बोला था कि अमेरिकन्स हैज आस्क्ड इंग्लैंड टू ओपन द ट्रेड रूट्स बिफोर अमेरिका जॉइंड यूरोप, क्योंकि अमेरिका ज्योग्राफिकली इतना दूर था, उनको सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर से कोई भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता था उनको। तो ये पर्ल हार्बर का भी एक फेक वो है, बात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन भारत की फ्रीडम में और भारत की, मैं कहूँगा कि ये जो डिवीजन में भी अमेरिका का हाथ है। दे वांटेड फ्री ट्रेड रूट्स इंडियन ओशन में अमेरिकन का, क्योंकि ब्रिटिश के पास था ना कंट्रोल सारा।
जी पूरा
अमेरिका,
कंट्रोल
यस,
उनके हाथ में।
हाँ,
पूरा
ये एक ब्रिटिश प्रोफेसर जो पढ़ाता है वहाँ जहाँ से मैंने 2 क्लासेस ली है, ये उसका बता रहा हूँ। ही सेड दैट्स ऑल।
Apart from the US, आगे क्या बोल रही है देखो।
चाइनीज
जनरल क्या है, जनरल
सिमो,
सिमो,
जनरल सिमो।
काय सेक, part of allies of World War II, had also thought throughout pressed the British government to recognize India's independence to enable it to render all helpless to capable of। वाह भाई वाह,
ये कहाँ से है?
अब ये लिख रहा है आजादी फौज में
रेफरेंस भी है। हाँ नहीं, रेफरेंस
आजाद ने
है,
लिखा है,
बिल्कुल रेफरेंस है, वही
मौलाना आजाद ने लिखा है।
हाँ ये रेफरेंस है। हम लोग को अपना बना
tribute to Churchill and had mentioned that we, the US, have no interest in maintaining or allowing the UK to or maintain her oppressive empire। अब देखो भाई, चौथा टॉपिक क्या है? कांग्रेस एंड गांधी। Gandhi and the Congress were among the minor reason and non-decisive factor the British left, strangely and quite justifiably. The focus is on Gandhi, Nehru and the Congress on each anniversary of the independence of India. They are not. British sought freedom from India. The British sought freedom from India. It may be sound ironic, but 1946 it was actually Britain. We sought freedom from India।
क्या बकवास है।
Yes, भैया वो जान छुड़ा के भागे ना, that's what he want to say। The role given to him by Attlee government was to be the lubricant of imperial withdrawal, nothing more। His task was to give Britain a harassed, war-torn, penniless little island freedom from its under empire, which had turned from a valuable asset into a frightening burden। ये हुआ सर। It was burden to maintain the Indian colony. That's why British have run away।
जी बिल्कुल दादा, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है, वो ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में सोचते हैं कि इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन को हमें खिलाना पड़ेगा। वो ये नहीं सोचते कि क्या पता उठ के पैर पे खड़ी हो जाए, हमेशा से खड़ी थी ये।
चलो भाई अब आगे पढ़ो, मेरा जीभ थक गया, मैं जाके पानी पी के।
ठीक है दादा, मैं 1 मिनट में खोल लेता हूँ।
खोलो।
मैं पढ़ूँ?
हाँ
ठीक है दादा, आप करो, मैं जो है।
हाँ जी जी, आप अपना कुछ हो तो आप कर लो। हाँ मैं पढ़।
ठीक है, जहाँ से आप छोड़ोगे वहाँ से मैं पढ़ लूँगा।
जी जी। British jails. Nehru top Gandhians as VIPs versus others. In sharp contrast to the top Gandhians who were treated very well in the jails, the condition of Indian political prisoners, including revolutionaries, in jails was terrible. The uniforms were not washed for several days. Rats and cockroaches roamed the kitchen area. reading and writing materials were not provided to them. Being political prisoners, they expected to be.
एक मिनट आगे करता हूँ.
Being political prisoners, they expected to be treated like one rather than as common criminals. They demanded equality with the jailed Europeans and the top Gandhians in food standards, clothing, toiletries, and other hygienic necessities, as well as access to books and daily newspapers. They also protested against their subjection to forced manual labor. To force the issue, Bhagat Singh and colleagues, including Jatin Das, began hunger strikes. Yatin was martyred on 13th of September 1921 in Lahore jail after a 63-day hunger strike. Talking of suffering and sacrifices, many were tortured and whipped in British jails, but never the top Gandhian Congress leaders. Nehru himself describes in his book of severe whipping of other imprisoned freedom fighters in jails. Most Gandhiites, especially the top ones, the jails were relatively speaking comfortable. While ruthlessly persecuting the other freedom fighters, the British kid-gloved Gandhi, Nehru and company and incarcerated them under comfortable conditions. When arrested in 1930, the British took due care to provide all provisions for the health and comfort of Gandhi. That their top Gandhian, including Azad and Nehru, life in Ahmednagar jail during 1942 to 45 was not all that terrible, as can be inferred from the following episodes, wrote Rajmohan Gandhi. On the day of their arrival in jail, Kripalani recalls Azad showing towering rage throughout the jailer who had brought ready to drink tea for them in an aluminium kettle, along with loaves of bread on an aluminium plate and glasses for the tea. The Congress president ordered the jailer to bring tea in a pot, milk in a jug, and sugar in a bowl, plus cups, saucers, and spoons. The jailer, an Indian, compiled. According to Patabhi, he was bravely performing his duties with visible regard for his new guests and with unshakable loyalty to his old masters. Differential treatment. Described Maulana Abul Kalam Azad in his autobiography. Dinner was served to us as soon after on iron platters. We did not like them, and I told the jailer that we were accustomed to eat from china plates. The jailer apologized and said he could not supply us with a dinner set then, but it would be obtained the next day. A convict from Pune had been brought to serve as a cook. He could not prepare food according to our taste. He was soon changed and a better cook appointed. और क्या चाहिए होटल था
बास्टर्ड साले कुत्ते कहीं
होटल
के.
था ये होटल था ये पूरा The routine of the leaders in Ahmednagar jail that included Azad, Nehru, Patel, etc. used to be generally breakfast at 7 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., bridge from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., rest from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., followed by tea, alternatively writing or reading work between lunch and tea, games from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., dinner from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., followed by coffee and then retire. Club था वहाँ.
ब्रिज.
तो
क्लब
दादा
था.
एक मिनट. तो पुष्पेंद्र कुलशेख जी के एक भाषण में ये बोला ना कि सावरकर को कहते हैं कि इन्होंने माफी मांगी. उनको तो साल में सिर्फ एक
बहुत
बार चिट्ठी
टॉर्चर
लिखने
किया
की
था.
एक बार चिट्ठी लिखने की इजाजत दी थी. यहाँ पर इनको सुबह पूछा जाता था जो आपने पढ़ा है, साहब क्या
जी जी
पिएंगे, कौन सा अखबार पढ़ेंगे, ब्रिज खेलेंगे.
अभी आएगा. गांधी ने भी माफी मांगी है सर. इसमें आएगा. थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. पढ़िए आगे मालूम पड़ेगा.
मांगी है.
Gandhi was
ओके,
imprisoned
चलिए ठीक
between
है.
1942 and 1944 in the Grand Aga Khan Palace in Pune. Gandhi had access to newspapers, magazines, and books in many and other jails. He also had ample supply of reading and writing materials. He wrote glimpses of world history in many jails between 1930 and 1933. An autobiography during 1934 to 1935 in Bareilly and Dehradun jails. Discovery of India between 1942 and 45 in Ahmednagar jail.
एक
Jails were
मिनट
mostly
एक
a
मिनट
holiday. जी जी जी
देहरादून की जेल को जहां पर ये रहता था ना, वहां पर उसको म्यूजियम बना के रखा है सालों ने. देहरादून की जेल को वहां पे म्यूजियम बना के रखा है जहाँ पे गांधी रहता था, जहाँ पे उसने डिस्कवरी, अब क्या लिखा हुआ है, डिस्कवरी ऑफ इंडिया।
हाँ, वहाँ लिखा है अहमदनगर जेल में 1942 और 45 के बीच में अहमदनगर जेल से लिखे थे डिस्कवरी ऑफ इंडिया। अब बाकी किताबें जो है बरेली से और देहरादून से।
पढ़ो पढ़ो
An
पढ़ो पढ़ो, आगे
autobiography.
पढ़ो।
Jails were almost a holiday vacation for the top Gandhians, wrote Asaf Ali. Nehru almost had a bungalow to himself in his so-called jail with curtains of his choicest color blue. He could do gardening at leisure and write his books. When his wife was sick, his sentence was suspended, even without he asking for it.
अब बोलो, राहुल गांधी को बताओ ना, ये बीजेपी वाले बोलते क्यों नहीं राहुल गांधी को, तेरे नाना ने क्या किया था वहां पर, नौटंकी साला।
और क्या चाहिए? It is said that Sir Harcourt Butler, the then governor of UP, had even sent quality food and a champagne bottle to Motilal Nehru in his prison, out of consideration for the association, as per India Akbar's book. But this, Motilal told me means Arthur Moore, a former editor of the Statesman, is what happened. His, that is Motilal's first morning in prison, an ADC from Government House, Harcourt Butler was the governor, arrived at lunchtime with a half bottle of champagne wrapped in a napkin, and every single day of his imprisonment this was repeated. Delhi Daru supply of it, champagne. Wrote Nehru in his autobiography. Personally, I've been very fortunate and almost invariably I have received courtesy from my own countrymen and English. Even my gaolers and the policemen who have arrested me or escorted me as a prisoner from place to place have been kind to me, and much of the bitterness of conflict and the sting of gaol life has been toned down because of this human touch. Even for Englishmen, I was an individual and not merely one of the mass, and I imagine the fact that I had received my education in England, and especially my having been to an English public school, brought me nearer to them. Them means Englishmen. Because of this, they could not help considering me as more or less civilized after their own pattern. अच्छा, इनको ये शर्म नहीं आया लिखने में ये लाइन, could not help considering me as more or less civilized.
उसने कभी सोचा नहीं होगा ना कि उसके मरने के 60 साल के बाद में आदमी लोग
ये
इसको
सब बाहर आएगा।
क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे ना, उसको लगा कि हिंदुस्तान ऐसे ही रहेगा ना।
जी, देखिए कितना मतलब डेरोगेटरी लैंग्वेज इंडियन खुद लिख रहा है अपने विषय में। Sadly, the top
अंग्रेजी में
Gandhian
लिख रहा है
leaders.
ना, he is writing for the consumption of those who knows English ना।
तो हिंदी में लोग समझ जाएंगे, अनुवाद तो कर ही लेंगे ना।
इसको पढ़ करके अमेरिका वाले पढ़ेंगे, ब्रिटेन वाले पढ़ेंगे, इधर पढ़ेंगे, क्या आदमी है यार, इतनी अच्छी
इंडियन
अंग्रेजी
लोग
लिखता
कितना
है।
बेवकूफ थे, हंसेंगे हमारे ऊपर ना, कितना बेवकूफ हम लोग थे। Sadly, the top Gandhian leaders like Gandhi and Nehru did nothing to ensure revolutionaries and other freedom fighters got just treatment equivalent to them as freedom fighters. Non-cooperation, no Andolan, no civil disobedience, no fast to support them or get them justice. In sharp contrast, Lokmanya Tilak had done all he could to support other freedom fighters, including revolutionaries. This was when the revolutionaries had wholeheartedly supported Gandhi's non-cooperation movement of 1920-22. Savarkar and other prisoners in Kalapani, a precursor to Gulag Archipelago and the Guantanamo Bay prisons of our times, were subjected to brutal, inhuman treatment. Prisoners were manacled, gruel to eat was riddled with worms, inmates, forced in groups, were chained like bullocks and hauled to oil mills, grinding mustard seeds for endless hours. Prisoners were flogged.
एक मिनट, ये पब्लिक को मैनेकल का मतलब समझा दो यार, मैनेकल का मतलब क्या होता है?
मैनेकल मतलब चेन से बांधा गया, चेन 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 से
हथकड़ी बेड़ी जो होती है ना, बेड़ियों से पैरों में बांध देते थे ना,
हाथ और पैर दोनों में, ताकि दौड़ ना पाए आदमी, धीरे धीरे चले, भाग भी ना पाए, दौड़ चल भी ना पाए ठीक से। सर वहाँ सेल्यूलर जेल में ये सब रखा हुआ है, स्टैचूज बनाकर पूरा चीज जो है उसका मॉडल बनाकर जो है दिखाया गया है। Had even 5% of the above treatment been meted to the likes of Nehru and other top Gandhians, they might have given up the fight for freedom. However, the sacrifices of Savarkar and others were not recognized. What is most noteworthy is that many who suffered in the fight for freedom remained faceless and unacknowledged. Nehru's enjoyed all the fruits of their sacrifice. Their matlab jo freedom fighters थे, and many times more. It was the most profitable investment they made, with returns of thousands times more, and through the decades for the whole dynasty and descendants. Blunder 14. Clueless on the roots of partition in Pakistan. The lack of support by Nehru and the Congress to the British war efforts in World War II made the British anti-Hindus and anti-Congress and made them favorably disposed towards the Muslims and the All India Muslim League, wrote V.P. Menon in The Transfer of Power in India. Moreover, the Congress position to the war effort, that is World War II, and the Muslim League's de facto support for it convinced the British that the Hindus generally were their enemies and the Muslims their friends. And this confidence must have added force to the silent but effective official support for the policy of partition. Based on the negative experiences with Nehru and the Congress in World War II and positive experiences with the Muslim League and driven by the several major strategic considerations, British developed a vested interest in the creation of Pakistan. 1. The UK and the West wanted to secure oil in the Middle East, and for that they felt a Muslim Pakistan as a border state would be critical. 2. The leadership of the proposed Muslim Pakistan was willing to be the accomplice in the Cold War. 3. The proposed Muslim Pakistan was willing to provide military bases to the UK and the West. 4. Nehru, with his leftist, pro-Russia and pro-socialist communist leanings, was not likely to be an ally of the UK and the West in the Cold War. Sadly, Gandhi and the remaining Congress leadership had not clarified their stand in the matter. Unfortunately, what the international and foreign affairs expert Nehru articulated passed off as Congress India's foreign policy.
अब समझ में आया। मैं बहुत पहले से बोल रहा था, मैं बहुत पहले से बोलता हूँ कि ब्रिटिश का खुद का इंटरेस्ट था पार्टीशन करने का, बिकॉज दे वांटेड ऑयल इन द मिडिल ईस्ट।
बीच में पाकिस्तान बनाकर जो है,
हाँ, जिससे कि उधर क्या अफगानिस्तान के बॉर्डर में रसिया था ना।
जी
और अफगानिस्तान में कम्युनिस्ट थे।
हाँ,
तो उनको लगा कि अगर पाकिस्तान को बना देंगे तो पाकिस्तान विल एक्ट एज अ बफर स्टेट, दे विल नॉट हैव एक्सेस टू द मिडिल ईस्ट। करेक्ट। और ये नेहरू को देखिए, ब्रिटिश लोगों ने पैराशूट किया इंडिया में, फिर भी उस समय सिचुएशन इतना चेंज हो गया, रशिया के साथ जो प्रॉब्लम शुरू हुई इतना चेंज हो गया तो उनको भी डर हो गया, भाई क्या जरूरत है, नेहरू बैठा। इसीलिए मजूमदार दादा, इसीलिए मेरे को वो थ्योरी अच्छी लगती है। यूएस वाज पुटिंग प्रेशर ऑन ब्रिटेन नॉट ओनली टू गिव फ्रीडम टू इंडिया बट to partition India also, so that Russia does not have access to the Middle East. जी आप ये बात कई बार आप बोल चुके हैं, अभी और समझ में आ रहा है एकदम, क्योंकि थोड़ी देर पहले मैं बोला ना यूएस का क्या इंटरेस्ट है, अभी समझ में आ रहा है। अभी जो ये पैराग्राफ पढ़ने के बाद अभी तो क्लियरली समझ में आ रहा है कि यूएस का क्या इंटरेस्ट है। So it is okay. We are blaming Jinnah and Nehru for this and that, but US and UK were also having interest in dividing India. जबाती साहब क्या बोल रहे हैं? नहीं, तो कॉन्कर कर रहा है। अच्छा, ठीक है, आगे। D.N. Panigrahi states in his book Jammu and Kashmir, The Cold War and the West, Clement Attlee, the UK Prime Minister during 1945 to 51, in his official as well as private correspondence, categorically stated that Kashmir was an issue so germane to the Muslim world that they must support Pakistan, keeping in view British interests in the Middle East. The Western powers, including Britain, considered Pakistan as a key factor in international politics by virtue of being Muslim and because of its proximity with the Middle East.
Sir Olaf Caro, an ICS officer, wrote an article on Pakistan's potential role for Middle East defense. In 1949, his influential book, Wells of Power, The Oil Fields of Southwestern Asia, a regional and global study, he argued that the Middle East oil held the key to progress and to international relations in the world in the future. The main thrust of the Caro's argument was that the competition for oil would determine the future relationships of powers and that the danger of attack of Soviet Union was less likely in Europe than in the Middle East. Second, he argued that Pakistan, apart from having a strategic position in the region, was a Muslim country and hence had a better chance of serving British interests in the Middle East than India.
हम्म
Since the First World War, India's primary usefulness to Britain was less as a market for commercial exploitation and more in the field of war and defense, and in maintaining and securing its empire. Through India as the base and its British Indian Army, British controlled other countries in Asia. It could ill afford to altogether give up its 2-century-old empire without having a firm foothold, at least in part of India. That's when they cooked up the idea of Pakistan.
अच्छा, एक बात और मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ यहाँ पर, एक चीज और हो सकती है।
जी जी
1920s यानी वर्ल्ड वॉर 1 के आसपास में अरब में ऑयल निकल के बाहर आया था,
जी
तो द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ ब्रिटेन और यूके फॉर दैट मैटर इन इंडिया वुड हैव डिमिनिश्ड। यहाँ पे क्या
Right.
फायदा,
जी जी
जाके उधर थोड़ा सा मिडिल ईस्ट में थोड़ा सा उंगली करेंगे, वहां से ज्यादा पैसा मिलेगा, ऑयल मिलेगा, तो हम लोग ज्यादा स्ट्रांग हो जाएंगे। तो ये भी उनका इरादा रहा होगा।
बिल्कुल।
पढ़ो तो वेस्ट इंडिया क्या वेस्ट
The
वांटेड
West
टू
wanted to check the expansionist ambitions of the communist Russia and China towards the Middle East and the Indian Ocean. How to do that? The regions adjoining Russia and China had to be under the influence. That is northwestern India bordering Russia and Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan was willing to be an ally of the West in the Cold War with the communists, hence critical to their strategy, along with Jammu and Kashmir, while India, with its little likelihood of cooperating with the West in military matters and forming an alliance with them, given India's anti-West dogma, Nehruvian pro-Russia bent, and protestations of non-violence was dispensable. The British military establishment too had become a strong proponent of Pakistan on account of its promise of cooperation in military matters. Pakistan was actually midwifed by the UK and the US as a bulwark against Russia, and that's why they always come to its rescue, lest it should fail.
देखा।
नरेंद्र से जी
अब बताओ,
आप जो बोल रहे थे वही चीज
शुरू से
बता
मैं
रहा
बोल रहा हूँ कि दिस वाज द रीजन। देखा, पाकिस्तान वाज एक्चुअली मिडवाइफ्ड बाय यूके एंड यूएसए एज ए बुलवर्क अगेंस्ट रशिया। ठीक है,
हूँ। बिल्कुल वही बोल रहे हैं। Narendra Singh Sarila quotes in his book "The Shadow of the Great Game: The Untold Story of India's Partition" a report of the British Chief of Staff. The area of Pakistan, West Pakistan or the northwest of India, is strategically the most important in the continent of India, and the majority of our strategic requirements would be met by an agreement with Pakistan alone. Once the
एक मिनट
British realized,
एक चीज मेरे दिमाग में आ रही है। इसके
जी
मतलब
सर,
ये हुआ कि पाकिस्तान वुड हैव एनेक्स बलूचिस्तान विद हेल्प ऑफ दीस टू पीपल। अगर क्योंकि उनको ईरान से बॉर्डर मिलाना है ना पाकिस्तान का,
जी
अदरवाइज
जी जी
बलूचिस्तान बीच में घुस जाएगा।
जी जी
बलूचिस्तान विल बी, सपोज बलूचिस्तान रिमेन्स इंडिपेंडेंट कंट्री, तो इनका वो जो ईरान से तेल
will
लेने का
serve their
जो
purpose.
वो तो हो जाता है ना, वो भी तो
जी
लेना था
जी जी
इनको।
Once the British realized India would deny them military cooperation after independence, they settled in favor of Pakistan, which was willing to cooperate with them, be their lackey, and help them in securing the Middle East and the Indian Ocean area. Yet another reason the British army and bureaucracy was favorable towards Pakistan was that they were being offered positions and employment in Pakistan.
हम्म
Field Marshal Lord Montgomery argued that it would be a tremendous asset if Pakistan, particularly the northwest, within the bases, airfields, and ports, in northwest India would be invaluable. The UK would have had no difficulty if they were sure that India, that is undivided India after independence, would serve as their ally. Had they felt reassured on those critical issues to their national and foreign policy interests, there would have been no partition of the Jammu and Kashmir imbroglio. What did India gain of Nehru's socialism and pro-Soviet tilt?
Had they felt reassured on these issues critical to their national and foreign policy interests, there would have been no partition और था ये बाप रे यानी
ना
कि जम्मू
पार्टीशन होता
कश्मीर की
ना जम्मू
पोलाबंदी की
कश्मीर
आई
को
हुई
लेकर
है।
झमेला होता। जी 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 बिल्कुल। ना पार्टीशन होता ना जम्मू कश्मीर को लेकर झमेला जो हुआ वो होती।
आगे
What interest?
What did India
What
gain?
interest there would have been no. अच्छा, what interest? What
What
did
did
India
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 gain?
gain? Sorry. What did India gain out of Nehru's socialism and pro-Soviet tilt? Nothing. India's economy went to the dogs, and no one took India seriously in foreign affairs. It was Nehru's fads of socialism and pro-Soviet bent that led to Britain and Western nations, including USA, going against India and resulting in the tragedy of partition and the problem of Kashmir. Had it been a wise Indian leadership that was adequately enlightened on the international affairs and the vested interests of Britain and the West and their oil and Cold War strategy, they would have been careful and tactful enough to have reassured Britain, the US, and the West on their cooperation, but in practice actually done what was the best national interest of India after independence. And in any case, being pro-market economy and pro-West compared to being socialistic and pro-Russia, as Nehru was, it was far more beneficial for India. But when, despite being political leaders, he spent precious years in jail and outside hand spinning yarn, experimenting with nutrition and indigenous medicines, and with truth, fasting, and non-violence, rather than deliberating on the crucial post-independent issues of economy, poverty, and prosperity, internal and external security, and foreign policy, what can be expected? समय बिताए करके चरखा
दो,
काटो
दोनों
जेल
हाथ से
में
जूते
रहो।
मार रहा है यार ये बंदा।
हाँ,
बाप रे
न्यूट्रिशन और इंडिजिनस दवाई ये सब लेके अपना एक्सपेरिमेंट करते रहो। ट्रूथ को लेकर एक्सपेरिमेंट करो, फास्टिंग नॉन वायलेंस लेकर बैठे रहो। और लेकिन इस क्रूशियल मैटर्स पे इकोनॉमी, पॉवर्टी, प्रॉस्पेरिटी, इंटरनल एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी, फॉरेन पॉलिसी, इस पे कोई मतलब ध्यान ही ना दो, तो क्या एक्सपेक्ट किया जाए फिर? Wrote Narendra Singh Sarda fittingly, but the Indian leaders remained plagued by India's age-old weakness such as arrogance, inconsistency, and often poor political judgment and disinterest in foreign affairs after questions of defense. तो नेहरू का तो यही पॉलिसी था, protected by British power for so long and then focused on a non-violent struggle, the Indian leaders were ill-prepared as independence dawned to confront the power play in a predatory world. Their historic disinterest in other countries' aims and motives made things none the easier. They had failed to see through the real British motivation, despite Nehru's claim as an internationalist and a foreign affairs expert, for the support to the Pakistan scheme and take remedial measures. By the end of 1946, they, that is the Indian leaders, had been maneuvered into such a corner that if Sardar Patel had not stepped forward to have a limb amputated, as he put it, and satisfy Britain, there was a danger of India's fragmentation as British searched for military bases in the bigger princely states by supporting their attempts to declare independence. ये बहुत important चीज है सर, बहुत बड़ा गड़बड़ हो जाता है. There was a danger of India's fragmentation as Britain searched for military bases in the bigger princely states by supporting their attempts to declare independence. पीठ पीछे ये भी चल रहा था.
वो तो बोल रहे थे ना, तुम जा क्यों रहे हो भाई, तुम यहीं रहो, हमारे को पैसा देते रहो, पड़े रहो, और हमसे क्या फर्क पड़ता है।
Blunder 50. Unplanned and grossly mismanaged partition. Partition caused sudden displacement of about 14 million Hindu Sikhs and Muslims, loss of their properties, and murder and slaughter of an estimated 1 to 3 million. There are no definite figures. An exercise for a proper count was never carried out, wrote, wrote Patrick French. The number of people killed during the creation of independent India and Pakistan has never been established. It is in the interest of the governments of Attlee, Jinnah, and Nehru to play down the scale of massacres, since they all bore a measure of responsibility for what had happened. ये बहुत important. They all bore a measure of responsibility for what had happened. As Maharaj Singh, Man Singh, sorry, as Man Singh, an eye specialist, a victim of Punjab partition, remembered. Personally, I believe it was the fault of politicians who were keen for power, especially Mr. Jinnah, who hoped to gain a nation without even damaging the crease of his trousers, like some Lord of England. Trains carrying refugees from either side were looted and passengers were slaughtered. There was mass dishonoring, brutality and rape. A. Scott, the then British DIG of police in Rawalpindi, had stated, "I could never believe that such barbarous acts were committed on innocent people in rural areas of Rawalpindi district could possibly could be possible in the Punjab." Winston Churchill had accused Mountbatten of killing 2 million Indians. Mountbatten's critic, Andrew Roberts, had commented, "Mountbatten deserved to be court-martialed on his return to London." वो क्या करेगा? He was following orders. Once the partition was agreed upon in principle by all the concerned contending parties, it should have been carried out in a well thought out plan and professional manner. The responsibility lay principally with the British, and particularly with Viceroy Mountbatten, and with the heads of the two governments, Nehru and Jinnah. Of course, the responsibility also lay with the Congress, the Muslim League, and other political parties and organizations and their leaders. Sadly, everyone failed the people. For such a tragedy, major operations for such a hugely major operation, for such a hugely major operation like partition of a country and creation of a new country, no blueprint was prepared, no planning was done, either to ensure security and safety of the people and their property or to provide for their rehabilitation. It was just hurriedly and haphazardly put through, exposing millions to grave risk. The bitter and unfortunate truth was that having decided to quit India, the Raj didn't really care. They had already decided to withdraw British troops from active service and repatriate them before the transfer of power. The British were too much in a hurry to get out. If they could be here for about 2 centuries to exploit and oppress, why not a few months more to secure Indians as a compensation? But Mountbatten and the British were least bothered about the Indians. They maintained only limited British troops to secure the leftover British. Having decided to leave, the Raj didn't wish to risk British lives. If Hindus and Muslims indulged in killing, looting, and raping each other, so be it. Would would
Demonstrate all.
would demonstrate all the more how things would degenerate without them. British colonialism was a hugely cruel, greedy, and a selfish project. Why the British who had managed law and order, covering millions for many, many decades in India, failed at this crucial juncture, accusing the Raj of dereliction of duty. Sardar bitterly complained to Mountbatten. The British had little difficulty when it was in a question when it was a question of putting down Indian freedom movement. The point, however, is why the Indian and Pakistani leaders whose people were to be so frightfully affected failed to read the writing on the wall. That terrible things were bound to happen should have been very well known to them after what had happened now on the Direct Action Day in Calcutta in August 1946. in Noakhali in East Bengal and in Bihar, and scores of other places down the decades, including the most horrible Motla rebellion of 1920s in Malabar, Kerala, where Muslims butchered Hindus. Weren't they aware that what actually happened was bound to happen if they didn't take sufficient care? What precaution and care did they take? Expectedly, our clueless, non-violent Gandhian leaders had done absolutely nothing to keep people safe. They could have heeded Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's wise and elaborate plan in his book Pakistan or the Partition of India, given several years back, and peaceful transfer of population. But with Mahatma and scientifically minded rational Nehru as leaders, sarcastically bol raha hai, who would listen to the genuinely wise person like Dr. Ambedkar. Who would listen? मतलब ये question है. But with Mahatma and scientifically minded rational Nehru, inverted commas में with sarcasm, as leaders, कौन सुनेगा? Who would listen to the genuinely wise persons like Dr. Ambedkar? If things had been planned well and foreseen, there could have been an agreement between the Congress and the Muslim League for a well-designed protocol for smooth and orderly transfer of population, as Ambedkar had detailed in his book. As per the wishes of the concerned families and groups, further, if the time was deemed too short to make adequate preparation for smooth transfer of power to the two domains, partition and independence could have been delayed. Where was the tearing hurry? There are precedents to this proposal of population transfer. Muslim Bulgarians were resettled in Turkey, and in exchange many Turks were transferred to Bulgaria in pursuance of the Turco-Bulgarian Convention of 1913. About 2.5 million people were thus resettled. Another Muslim-Christian exchange of population case was that under the Treaty signed on 30th of January 1923 between Turkey and Greece, involving 1.6 million people. ये दो example दे रहा है कि ये भी संभव था. What is noteworthy is that the Muslim League leaders wanted transfer of population, wrote Praful Goradia. The post-partition government of Nehru turned a blind eye to the fact that the Muslim League had demanded an exchange of population as an integral part of the country's vivisection. All the Muslims of Hindustan were to immigrate to Pakistan, and all non-Muslims were to come over to Hindustan. No less than 8 leaders of the Muslim League, namely Jinnah, Firoz Khan Noon, Nawab of Mamdot, Pirilai Bux, Muhammad Ismail, उसके बाद सेकंड चंद्रीगढ़, Shankar Hayat Khan and Raja Ghaznafar Ali Khan had demanded an exchange of population. ये सच बता रहे थे, लोग टोटल एक्सचेंज मांगे थे इस तरह.
गुराडिया बोल रहे हैं ना, वो आगे लिख रहे हैं ना, इन आर्टिकल गुराडिया हाईलाइटेड.
हाँ, प्रफुल्ल कोराडिया. नेहरू ने इसको नजरअंदाज किया सेक्युलरिज्म के चक्कर में. An article Praful Goradia highlighted, for the Muslim leaders, therefore, the idea of a population transfer was neither novel nor surprising. Even Prophet Muhammad had undertaken hijrat from Mecca to Medina while founding Islam. No wonder then that Khan Iftikhar Hussain of Mamdot had said that the exchange of population offered a very practical solution for the problem of the Muslims, reported by Dawn on 3rd of September 1946. Pir Ilahi Bux, the Sindhi leader, had said that he welcomed an exchange of population for the safety of the minorities, as it would put an end to all communal disturbances, as reported by Dawn on 4th of December 1946. So also felt Raja Ghazanfar Ali, who later became Pakistan's envoy to New Delhi, reported in the Dawn of December 1946. It is reported that his having asked for the alteration of the population of the map of India, it was implicit in these statements that the League's objective was to undertake ethnic cleansing soon after partition. This was even more conjecture. This was not mere conjecture. This was not mere conjecture. Was proved by the fact that almost all Hindus were driven out from West Pakistan in a matter of 2 to 3 years. Evidently, the League leadership had fears that ethnic cleansing on their side would invite a similar action in Hindustan, causing untold miseries to their Muslim brethren. In any case, the Darul Islam that they were pursuing was for all Muslims of the subcontinent. Why should those who happen to be in Hindustan be condemned to live indefinitely in a hopeless Darul Harb? There were no stray threats either in Mamdot or Peel. Jinnah, while addressing a press conference at Karachi on 25th November 1946, said that the authorities, both central and provincial, should immediately take up the question of exchange of population, as reported by Dawn on 26th of November 1946. Sir Firoz Khan Noon, who later rose to be the Prime Minister of Pakistan, had earlier on 8th of April 1946 threatened to enact the murderous orgies of Genghis Khan and Halku Khan if non-Muslims took up an obstructive attitude against population exchange. Ismail Chandigarh, who also eventually rose to be Prime Minister of Pakistan, had said that the British had no right to hand over Muslims to a subject people over whom they had ruled for 500 years. Muhammad Ismail, a leader from Madras, had declared
क्या हुआ?
किस जगह चले गए सर हम लोग कहाँ चले गए सर इस्माइल चंडीगढ़ अच्छा ये तो पढ़ लिया है हाँ Muhammad Ismail, a leader from Madras, had declared that the Muslims of India were in the midst of a jihad. Shaukat Hayat Khan, son of the Prime Minister of Punjab, Sir Sikandar Hayat Khan, had threatened, while the British were still in India, of a rehearsal of what the Muslims would do to the Hindus eventually. The point that came through clearly was that transfer of population was an integral part of the demand for Pakistan. Gandhi and Nehru would have done a genuine favor to the Muslims if they had facilitated their emigration to Darul Islam Pakistan rather than condemning them to Darul Harb India for the religion commanded so, and because many poor Muslims did not have the means to emigrate. Sadly, Gandhi and Nehru did not really understand Islam or the Muslim psychology, and in their hubris chose to impose their immature, unrealistic ideas, creating indescribable problems both for Muslims in India and for the non-Muslims in Pakistan. Further, for the consequent partition mayhem, why, why those responsible, the leaders on either side, have not been singled out or made accountable? Why the blame has been put on the general public on either side and their inhumanity? How could Mountbatten, the main person responsible, escape the blame and lord it out? Why was compensation not demanded from the British, the actual party responsible? If what is described below was possible, why thousands were allowed to be brutalized and slaughtered? This from the Empires of the Indus by Alice Albania. In 1947, Hamida Akhtar Hussain Raipuri was a young mother. She came to Karachi at partition with her family from Aligarh. As the wife of a civil servant in the education ministry, Hamida's introduction to Karachi was comparatively orderly. The train had brought her from Delhi. The train that had brought her from Delhi was one of the first to be attacked, but it was full of government employees and thus was well defended by the army. A gentleman was waiting at the station at Karachi with the keys to a flat in Napier Barracks, he says. Another was holding out a ration card. So the family settled into the new country full of hope. That is, had all trains been well guarded, like in the above case, thousands of deaths, loot and rapes could have been easily avoided. Instead of doing the above, Mountbatten and his British staff had done the opposite. They had ensured that all the British troops were withdrawn before the partition. This is what Sir Evan Meredith Jenkins, the last governor of the Punjab, had advised Mountbatten, who too was of a similar opinion. I think it will be wise to avoid postponing the relief. That is withdrawal of British troops for too long. It would be awkward if trouble on a large scale started while the relief was in progress. My own advice would therefore be to make the change before the end of July 1947. Further, why shouldn't Mountbatten, Nehru and the Congress have planned for augmenting the strength of the police and army by induction of Indians? Well-trained returning INA soldiers were readily available, but the British and the Congress, especially Nehru's bias against anything remotely related to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and his INA came in the way. Rather than ensuring sufficiency of troops to control possible troubles, Nehru had grandly and irresponsibly declared, "I would rather have every village in India go up in flames than keep a single British soldier in India a moment longer than necessary." But if Nehru was happy having the highest post of the Governor-General till June 1948 and the highest posts in the army with the British after independence, why not the soldiers to save poor citizens? Blunder number 16. No worthwhile policy formulations. Nehru, Gandhi and other Congress leaders had all the time in the world
प्लीज स्टॉप दैट इज एनफ फॉर टुडे आगे
Please,
चलो
sir.
डिस्कस करो मैं थोड़ा सा बिजी हूँ डिस्कस करो
Please, sir. Please, sir. प्रदीप जी आपको
प्रदीप नहीं है
शायद busy होगा। जय दादा हो आप?
दादा दवाई लगाने में लग गया मैं।
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है।
अब टेक ओवर मैं थोड़ा सा बिजी हो गया मेरे सामने ये हीरो आ गया
नहीं दादा एक ब्लंडर और पढ़ दो फिर और इसको रिपीट कर देंगे फिर।
अरे तुम पढ़ो उसको अभी मैं वो करता हूँ तुम आगे अब तुम मैं आगे नहीं कर पाऊंगा मैं इसके साथ में बिजी हूँ तो तुम अपना वाला शेयर करो मैं निकालता हूँ इसको 16 पे आ जाओ बिजी हो
हाँ दादा दवाई लगा रहा हूँ।
ओके ठीक है
एम
चलो
रुको
ठीक है
रुको मैं शेयर कर देता हूँ, शेयर कर दूंगा उल्टे हाथ से मैं।
नहीं मैं पढ़ो दादा पढ़ो
Blunder number 16. No worthwhile policy formulations. Nehru, Gandhi and other Congress leaders had all the time in the world prior to independence to formulate all relevant national policies for the post-independence period. But did they do so? No. From 1915 onwards, when Gandhi returned from South Africa, the top Gandhian leaders had 32 long years till independence in 1947 to study, discuss, argue and thrash out all issues vital to independent India. Yet, among the greatest weaknesses of the freedom movement was the failure of the Congress to formulate an enlightened constitution suited to India much prior to 1947. Not just the verbose one full of legalese, but also a short, lucid one, readable and understandable by non-experts, like the American Constitution. After independence, it should have been taught in schools as a compulsory subject. Of course, a much greater weakness of the freedom movement was the failure of the Congress to formulate well thought out policies on economy, finance, taxation, agriculture, industry, education, science and technology, culture, language, administration, law and justice, internal security, external security, foreign policy, and so on, well in advance of the freedom in 1947. They should also studied how the Western nations, especially the US, had managed to drastically reduce poverty and become prosperous, and how India could emulate them after gaining freedom, even if there could not be the agreement, even if there could not be agreement on various issues, differing opinions.
आराम से लगा दो
Sorry.
ठीक है ऐसे रहा छोड़िए। नहीं पब्लिक इनका
थोड़ा सा वो म्यूट कर लीजिए. हाँ. They should have studied how the Western nations, especially the US, had managed to drastically reduce poverty and become prosperous, and how India could emulate them after gaining freedom. Even if there could not be agreement on various issues, differing opinions about their pros and cons, along with practical examples from various countries, should have been documented as a guide for future. Expert teams should have been formed with such an end in mind. Finance for the teams should have been arranged. There was enough talent to deploy. There were enough financiers like Birla and others to back them. There was no dearth of time or money. Most of the leaders who were jailed over long periods had the additional advantage of an undisturbed time at their disposal to read, study, think, discuss, and thrash out details on various aspects related to the future constitution and policies. 12 top Congress leaders: Vallabhbhai Patel, Nehru, Maulana Azad, Kripalani, G.B. Pant, Pattabi Sitaramaiah, Narendra Dev, Asaf Ali, Shankar Rao Deo, P.C. Ghosh, Syed Mahmud, and Hare Krishna Mahatap were in Ahmednagar Fort Jail for about 3 years, from 1942 to 1945, as VIP prisoners. But that overlong period of 3 years generated no short or detailed plans or policies or expert studies on anything of relevance to the immediate or mid-term or long-term future of India, or even on the burning problem of the day, way forward towards freedom. Gandhi, Nehru, Patel, and other top Congress leaders spent a number of years in the British jails, where, unlike the revolutionaries and the others who were whipped or tortured and were deprived of the basic facilities, were free from any compulsory labor or torture or hardship. They had the facilities of reading and writing and discussion, yet they hardly produced a work which could be considered of worthwhile practical use and implementation after independence. In jail, Gandhi indulged in his fads of naturopathy, nutrition, fasting, enema, and medicinal quackery, and in a flood of words through innumerable letters and articles that didn't really contribute much to what really mattered. When not in jail, Gandhi enjoyed playing dictator in his ashrams, making life difficult for the inmates, and engaging people in all kind of time pass activities like spinning yarn and so on. Collected works and other writings of Gandhian leaders, including Gandhi and Nehru, contain no serious discussions on any of the crucial topics listed earlier, and the most critical of all, the economic policies. It was as if they had no interest in ascertaining how to make India prosperous after independence. It was as if Adam Smith, Milton Friedman, Frederick Hayek, and a host of other notable economists did not exist for them. It was as if the study of economics and how to manage a modern state was irrelevant for them. As became obvious during Nehru's post-independence era, despite glimpses of world history, India miserably failed in foreign affairs, defense, and external security. And despite discovery of India, India failed to discover its forts and became a basket case. Other leaders didn't help much either in defining well before independence what India's future policies should be. That gave Nehru a free ride, and he royally blundered unchecked. Of course, Patel was able to limit Nehru's blunders as long as he was alive. Wrote Rustomji. Another shortcoming that could be mentioned is that in those years we did not think that the freedom would come so soon. Given Gandhian methods, independence was always a distant dream, and when it finally came, it was not thanks to Gandhi Nehru Congress. So we were never prepared, studied, or made arrangements for running governments in the proper way, commented Niraj Chaudhary very appropriately. In the Indian nationalist movement, there was not only a total absence of positive and constructive ideas, but even of thinking. These shortcomings were to have their disastrous consequence of 1947. the intellectual poverty of the nationalist movement gradually became intellectual bankruptcy, but nobody perceived that because of the hatred of the British rule, left
Left
no
no
room
room.
for rational ideas over the whole period with which I am dealing, that is 1921 to 52. None of them, that is Gandhi and Nehru, put forth a single idea about what was to follow British rule. What was even more astonishing, none of these leaders were qualified to put forward any positive idea because none of them had any worthwhile knowledge of Indian history, life, and culture. ये
बस बस बस
बस
बस
बस
दैट्स इट। अब नहीं पढ़ना है ये क्योंकि दूसरा चैप्टर शुरू हो रहा है ना।
जी जी
बंद कर देता हूँ इसको। नाउ वी कैन चैट, या खुला रहने।
मैं बंद कर देता हूँ क्योंकि अभी तो कोई बोलने वाले है नहीं। यदि आप बोलना चाहे कुछ तो बोल सकते हो।
अभी ये तो मुंह तो बोल सकता है, हाथ थोड़ा, हाथ उसके बिजी होंगे। प्रदीप चलो ठीक है, बंद करता हूँ इसको।
अभी को
नहीं मतलब जितना हम लोग पढ़े हैं उससे यही समझ में आ रहा है कि जो कुछ हुआ सो तो हुआ, लेकिन इन लोग मतलब इसके पीछे थे पूरा और खुलने लगा। जैसे सिंह साहब पहले ही बोले थे ना, पाकिस्तान क्यों बना, पहले से क्यों सोचा गया था, मतलब सोचा हुआ चीज़ था। इसका फायदा सब लोगों ने उठाया। यूएस का मतलब इंटरेस्ट यही था कि पाकिस्तान बने, लेकिन उन लोग पहले बोल रहे थे कि इंडिया को मतलब आज़ाद करो, लेकिन अंदर अंदर वो पाकिस्तान चाह रहे थे। तो बाद में समझ में आया ना पढ़कर, यूएस और यूके दोनों ही चाह रहे थे कि बफर स्टेट बने ताकि सोवियत यूनियन को एक्सेस ना मिले, क्योंकि इंडिया के साथ थोड़ा सा सोवियत लीनिंग्स की वजह से वो अपना पॉलिसी चेंज कर दिए। ऑयल मिला ना इनको मिडल ईस्ट में, ऑयल पॉलिसी के चलते वो सोचे कि एक राइटली बफर स्टेट बना है, लेकिन हम लोग के नेता जो थे उनमें वो दूरदृष्टि नहीं थी, या वो चीज़ को जानबूझकर मतलब जो अनदेखा किए, क्योंकि उनको जब भी
मुझे लगता है मजूमदार, इस पे एक और थिंकिंग हो सकती है। वन वे ऑफ थॉट वुड बी लाइक, Congress was formed in 1885 with purpose of supporting Britain.
जी
They were only thriving on the mercy of the Britain, and they never wanted that Britain should leave.
जी 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 and that is why they had adopted the policy of non-violence and other rubbish.
Just at the behest of the British, they would have been organizing one movement and this movement and that movement, just to show that okay, we are opposing Britain, but actually they never wanted Britain to leave, and that's why when the Britain suddenly left, they were left in vacuum. They could not think of it कि क्या है क्या नहीं है, ऐसा है वैसा है। They played as the pawn of Britain and USA, और उस चक्कर में जो है बर्बाद हो गए हम लोग। मतलब मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है
नहीं,
कि they would have,
ये कौन वाला जो चीज बताए, दिस इज वेरी रेलेवेंट। वी वर टोटली अ pawn in their hand.
they would have never thought that there will be a person like Hitler who would rule Germany, and then Second World War will happen, which will weaken Britain like anything.
Economy,
They would have
especially the
never thought.
economy. जी जी जी
And that's why you would see that in 1942, see one thing, in 1942, Gandhi and other would have got deliberately arrested themselves so that they are protected from the onslaught of the
the
other, like,
wrath of the other people.
yeah, because people were very much angry
हाँ हाँ हाँ
after the treatment meted to Subhash Chandra Bose,
जी जी जी
and the people were angry after the treachery of Gandhi as far as Bhagat Singh and other revolutionaries are concerned.
including the INA people.
During the World War II, since all the energy of the British government would have been focused on the defense, like army and all, they would have been busy in South Africa or whatever it is. So they would have sought help from Britain to put them in jail so that they are protected. And for that something has to be there, and some trigger has to be there, and that's why 1942 Quit India movement was organized out of nothing.
Correct.
So that Gandhi remains protected under the British this thing for 4 years or 5 years, whatever it is. And in that period, deliberately, they handed over the presidency of Congress to Maulana Azad.
Maulana Azad.
To avoid all these things, because they would say that everybody's inside, there cannot be election, this and that. So they were all protected, living in all palatial fort and this and that. And when they came out, after the World War was over and Germany surrendered and Japan surrendered, immediately Britain decided to go because Churchill was lost. Labour have come there, Conservative have gone. So that was I don't know, that was a surprise for these people.
Very true, sir. And Clement Attlee himself has stated, जो हम लोग पढ़ रहे थे.
Now we have, मतलब हम लोगों ने कवर किया है कि ब्रिटेन ने अपनी मर्जी से इंडिया को छोड़ा है, ना कि महात्मा गांधी या जवाहरलाल नेहरू के कहने पर छोड़ा है. ऑन द कंट्री, मौलाना आजाद खुद बोल रहे हैं कि भाई क्लेमेंट एटली ने क्या बोला था और यहाँ क्या हुआ, वहां पर क्या हुआ. तो व्यूअर्स प्लीज रिव्यू योर हिस्ट्री, जो पढ़ाई गई है. आगे हम लोग कुछ और चैप्टर कवर करेंगे. और बाजवा साहब अंदर आना है तो आ जाओ.
लिंक है
दादा, वो लिंक शेयर करा है
क्या?
स्ट्रीम का लिंक शेयर करा है? अब तो ऑडियंस के लिए शेयर कर देते हैं.
यदि हो तो संभव हो तो कीजिए, यदि संभव हो. जी सब कर दिया.
ठीक है दादा, अब जो है जो
ये आप डालें ना,
चाहेंगे वो आ सकते हैं.
आप ही डालें ना.
जी
जी थैंक यू.
हाँ, तो दादा अब इन पे बात करते हैं
जी
कि बाहर के विदेशियों को भी मालूम था कि हो क्या रहा है यहाँ. मालूम नहीं था तो सिर्फ यहाँ वालों को
नहीं, लोगों को मालूम नहीं था. मुझे तो लग रहा है कि सबको ही मालूम था ऑलमोस्ट. पहले तो कुछ सोचे नहीं, लेकिन सिचुएशन जब बदलने लगा तो इनको तो आभास तो मिला ही होगा. इतना बेवकूफ थोड़ी सब था.
और दूसरी बात दादा, अंग्रेजों की मेंटालिटी क्या थी? सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर लड़बड़ के ये तो हो गए कंगाल, ठीक है.
ऐसे ही जाना
अब हाँ, अब इनको लगा इतनी बड़ी जनता को हमें खाना देना पड़ेगा.
और संभालेंगे कैसे फिर?
वो आपको बंगाल फेमाइन याद है? द ग्रेट बंगाल फेमाइन
2 दफे हुआ था.
हाँ, तो क्योंकि ये खाना यहाँ का ले जा रहे थे तो ये खिलाते कहाँ से?
सेम चीज वही, कॉटन का भी वही हाल था.
हाँ, हर चीज यहाँ से ले जा रहे थे. और अब पैसे बचे नहीं थे, और इतनी बड़ी जनता को कम से कम तो खाना तो देना ही पड़ेगा ना. बेयर मिनिमम ये चीज़ है. अच्छा, संदीप दादा थोड़ी देर में आएंगे, कह रहे 15 मिनट दे दो. ठीक है.
पीके एक चीज और बोलूं यहाँ पर।
जी दादा कंटिन्यू करो।
हाँ, जहाँ तक मैं जो जो किताबें पढ़ी हैं इसका मैं एक रीजन देखता हूँ, ये जो कॉलोनाइजेशन थ्रू आउट ये जो यूरोपियंस वाइट्स ने किया है ना, ये भी था एक क्रिश्चियन डॉक्ट्रिन कि भाई ये जितना भी अर्थ है दिस इज क्रिएटेड फॉर अस। अगर आप थोड़ा सा अगर इसको देखोगे, ये कॉलोनाइजेशन का भी है कि एक तो इनकी है क्रिश्चियन डिस्कवरी, कहते नहीं सारा जहां हमारा है, और दूसरा कि भाई कॉलोनी में आपने बना तो नहीं कॉलोनी, वहां से आपने लूटपाट शुरू कर दी रिसोर्सेस। उसके बाद क्या था, ये हमको ह्यूमंस में नहीं समझते थे, और उनका था कि इनको वी हैव टू सिविलाइज देम।
आप देखा नेहरू का वो बात बोला ना, कितना डेरोगेटरी लैंग्वेज, तो
अब
बोला कि अंग्रेज लोग मुझे ज्यादा सिविलाइज समझते थे कंपैरिजन टू अदर्स।
हाँ, मैं सॉरी मैं मिस कर गया, मेरी कॉल चल रही थी दादा, लेकिन मैं
कोई बात
राजीव मल्होत्रा की
नहीं, उसने
किताब
खुद
से
लिखा है,
आई एम ट्राइंग टू कनेक्ट।
उसने
हाँ
नेहरू ने खुद लिखा है कि the British consider me to be more civilized than other Indians.
हाँ,
That's why they have a preference for me.
अब वो डेफिनेशन सिविलाइज्ड की किसकी है, द पर्सन हु हैज द पावर। अगर मेरे हाथ में गन है तो मैं सिविलाइज्ड हूँ। मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि आप सिविलाइज्ड नहीं है, मैं सिविलाइज्ड हूँ, और मेरी ये डेफिनेशन सिविलाइज्ड आदमी की, आपको मेरे जैसे बनना है।
बिल्कुल अभी भी वही है, अभी भी वही चीज है।
वही चल रहा है। हाँ प्रदीप, ये मैं कहना चाहता था, ये जो बोला ना कि ये कंगाल हो गए थे सब वगैरह, तो आपकी बात ठीक है। तो ये सारा कुछ जो है ना अल्टीमेटली आकर एक आइडियोलॉजी है कि ऊपर वो हेवन है, हेवन में एक वो है गॉड है, गॉड का बच्चा क्राइस्ट है, वो क्राइस्ट वो मैसेंजर है, और उसकी वो डॉक्ट्रिन है, और चलो जी अपना वो क्या कहते हैं, पोप ने बोल इशू कर दिया वेटिकन से, और चढ़ जहाँ जहाँ जमीन मिले चढ़ जाओ, ये सब हमारी है, वहां से
जी
लूटपाट
दादा
करो।
डिस्कवरी का कॉन्सेप्ट ही यही है।
हाँ वही है बस बस।
जैसे कोलंबस डिस्कवर्ड फलाना, वास्को डिगामा डिस्कवर्ड ढिमाका, ये सारा कॉन्सेप्ट वही है।
ये अभी भी वही चीज सारी रिलीजियस, इसका सारा का सारा जेनेसिस ओरिजिन इज रिलीजियस बेस्ड।
दादा पूरा भी तो नहीं लाते, 12 डिसेबल में से 4 के ही तो वो दिखाते हैं ये टेस्टिमेंट।
गॉस्पेल
हाँ गॉस्पल्स 12 में से 4 ही
गॉस्पेल्स ऑफ
दिखाते हैं,
जॉन,
बाकी कहाँ गए।
जैसा आपको तो पता है ना, गॉस्पेल्स ऑफ जॉन, मार्क, ल्यूक, मैथ्यू, और कौन है?
दादा और भी बहुत हैं,
हाँ भूल रहा हूँ मैं।
80 बुक्स में से इन्होंने 8 या 10 ही तो उठाई हैं, बाकी तो 72 74 गायब है।
ये गॉस्पेल नहीं है दादा, ये गॉसिप है।
हाँ, और इन्होंने इसीलिए इनको सपोर्ट किया, ये एब्राहमिक भाई हैं एक तो इनके, अभी भी तो सपोर्ट कर रहा है इंग्लैंड, अपने वहां नरक तो बना रखा उसने। और यहाँ ये जो है पता नहीं चाह रहे थे रूल करना, यहाँ के लोग आज़ादी चाह भी रहे थे कि नहीं चाह रहे थे, बिना मांगे मिल गई तो प्रिपेयर्डनेस नहीं थी, या एक्सपीरियंस ही बिल्कुल नहीं था।
फिर the rush for the chair, that was also there, no? The rush for
और
occupying the
ज़्यादा
chair.
दो जो है जेनोसाइड देखने के बाद भी इन्होंने पॉपुलेशन ट्रांसफर फिर भी नहीं मांगी। मतलब इन्होंने अपने बाप का समझ रखा था कि हिंदुस्तान इनके बाप की दुकान है, जैसे मर्जी बाटा बाटी करेंगे ये। आओ तेजवीर भाई नमस्कार।
नमस्कार जी।
तेजवीर भाई को भरोसा नहीं हो रहा क्या कि स्ट्रीम में ले लेंगे इतनी जल्दी?
बचपन में कांग्रेसी बोलते थे कि अरे मुसलमान हैं तो हम लोग रोक कर रखते हैं, क्योंकि हमें दिखाना है कि हम सेक्युलर हैं, हम धर्म को कोई प्राधान्य नहीं देते। बचपन में सुना था, यदि इतना रॉन्ग पॉलिसी है
दादा
तो
देखो
गजवाई हिंद का रास्ता तो ये लोग बना कर रखे हैं।
देखो अंग्रेज बता रहा है दारुल इस्लाम और दारुल हरब, ठीक है? हाँ, दारुल हर्ब जो है और दारुल इस्लाम अंग्रेज बता रहा है उसमें, इनको नहीं समझ में आ रहा है।
समझना नहीं चाह रहा,
समझना ही नहीं चाह रहे थे बस ये।
डिवाइस नॉट कनेक्टेड, क्या बोल रहा है?
हो गया, कनेक्ट हो गया दादा।
तेजवीर, नहीं डिवाइस
फिर
नॉट कनेक्टेड है
शायद
दोबारा से आप
सुन नहीं पा रहे।
नहीं, उसका
जी
डिवाइस
दादा।
कनेक्टेड नहीं।
एम दादा एक बात कहूँ, आपकी बात में जो आपने बोला गजवा हिंद का, मैं कहता हूँ जब तक तारिक फतेह इंडिया के सीन पे, चाहे वो की जो भी हो, मुझे गजवा हिंद का कॉन्सेप्ट तारिक फतेह से पता चला। देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड गजवा हिंद। कितने हिंदुओं को तो पता ही नहीं है अभी भी।
नमस्कार संदीप जी।
सत श्री अकाल जी।
नमस्कार जी, सत श्री अकाल जी, नमस्कार।
सत श्री अकाल बाजा साहब, तेजवीर जी, सत श्री अकाल।
आवाज आ रही है? आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही
लाउड
है
एंड क्लियर सर।
ठीक है।
नमस्कार संदीप दादा, नमस्कार।
हाँ जी, नमस्कार जी।
आपने एक बहुत अच्छा कमेंट मारा था, अमेरिका का कंडीशन था कि सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में तभी घुसेगा जब उसको इंडिया को इंडिपेंडेंस मिलेगा। इस बारे में थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डालिए ना।
मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था कि जो आइजनहावर था, ठीक नहीं, जो सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में आइजनहावर था, रूजवेल्ट था, रूजवेल्ट था, हाँ उसका,
हाँ,
हाँ
तीनों का
उसने,
फोटो है ना।
हाँ
स्टालिन,
उसने कहीं
रूजवेल्ट
कहा
और
था कि,
जैसे
हाँ उसने कहीं कहा था कि इंडिया को हम अपने साथ मिलाना चाहते हैं, ताकि हम हमारी कंडीशन ये है कि हम तभी हम ब्रिटिश का साथ देंगे अगर इंडिया को इंडिपेंडेंस करें। उसकी कहीं कोई स्टेटमेंट मैंने देखी है ये। बाकी इसमें और कहीं नहीं मैंने पढ़ा, ये सिर्फ यही पढ़ा है कि मेन मेन कारण तो यही था ना कि जापान ने अटैक कर दिया तो अमेरिका आ गया। उससे पहले तो ये जापान को भी हथियार बेच रहे थे, जर्मनी को भी हथियार बेच रहे थे। और हर किसी को आर्म्स बेच रहे थे उससे पहले।
बेटर बिजनेसमैन देन ब्रिटिश या अमेरिकन।
टोटली। हाँ, सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर से पहले तो अमेरिकन जो थे, इनको इनको था ही नहीं कि हमें कुछ लेना है। इनका बस एक ही था कि हम किसी भी तरीके से पैसे ही कमाने हैं बस। और सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद वर्ल्ड पावर बन गए।
मेरे ख्याल से ब्रिटेन गिर गया इस वजह से, है ना?
हाँ ब्रिटेन तो गिरना ही था। ब्रिटेन ब्रिटेन भी ना, जो अपने को सस्टेन कर ही रहा था इंडिया की वजह से, बाकी कॉलोनीज की वजह से। और उनके पास और तो कुछ था नहीं। और अमेरिका का था कि ये फोकस इनका था साइंटिफिक साइंस के ऊपर, नई नई चीज़ें बनाने के ऊपर। तो एक तो वैसे भी, और दूसरी बात यह है कि अमेरिका बाकी सब दुनिया से अलग हो जाता है।
जी,
मतलब दोनों तरफ समुंदर है,
कॉन्टिनेंट ही है। हाँ,
कोई है ही नहीं इधर, नजदीक कुछ है ही नहीं। और मैं 1940s में तो यहाँ तक पहुंचने के लिए कोई बॉम्बर भी बड़ी मुश्किल से पहुंचते होंगे, हवाई जहाज
बिल्कुल।
वगैरह।
उसमें
राइट,
तो मिड एयर रिफ्यूलिंग का कोई मतलब साधन ही नहीं था।
राइट। कोई मिसाइल्स नहीं थी, कोई प्लेन्स नहीं थे। जापान ने भी जब अटैक किया तो ऑलमोस्ट नजदीक आके उन्होंने ऊपर प्लेन अपने उड़ाए तो जाके अटैक किया। बाकी अ, अ, यूएसएसआर की वजह से यूएसएसआर की वजह से घुसे हैं बीच में, नहीं तो पहले तो ये
अलग ही मतलब
हाँ
नहीं
जी
थे, वो ज्वाइन नहीं किए थे।
राइट। बाकी अभी चर्चिल ने तो इंडिया का इतना बुरा हाल किया था 1930-40s में, सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर की वजह से। आपको पता ही है 4 मिलियन लोग मर गए थे खाने की वजह से। उसने खाना होल्ड कर लिया था कि हमें अपने सिपाहियों को खाना देना। आई मीन सोच भी कुछ सकता है कि 1940s में भी इंडिया में फैमिन हो रहे थे। सोचो, और वो भी किस वजह से कि और हमारा खाना सारे सारे चावल और गेहूं यूरोप को भेज दिए। आई मीन लोग कहते हैं कि हिटलर हिटलर खराब आदमी है, पर ये देखो कि अब चर्चिल ने क्या क्या किया।
नहीं, वो तो इंडियन लोग वो गाली देते थे, तो बोलते थे काले लोग हैं
हाँ जी।
ये अनसिविलाइज हैं। इनका तो राइटिंग में लेफ्ट राइट सेंटर वही लिखा हुआ था।
और मैंने बाकी सब चीजें पढ़ी हैं कि गांधी ये नेहरू वो, पर इस तरह की 1943 का फेमिन फेमिन और इस तरह की चीजें कभी किसी ने हमारी हिस्ट्री में नहीं पढ़ाई जाती। मुझे पता नहीं, शायद आपने कभी पढ़ी किसी हाई स्कूल की कॉलेज किताब
हाँ,
क्लास में किसी ने?
एक लाइन रहता था बंगाल सामने करके, दो दो दफे हुआ था इतना मुझे याद है। तो एक लाइन लिखा हुआ रहता था।
40 लाख लोग मर गए।
अरे दादा, वो जो है, अंग्रेजों ने कुआं खोद दिया होता या औरंगजेब ने पानी पिला दिया होता तो उसका पूरा पैराग्राफ होता, पूरे 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 लेसन होते। हिंदू मर जाएगा तो एक लाइन नहीं लिखी जाएगी।
अच्छा, ये
मैं एक पैनलिस्ट से एक चीज पूछना चाहता हूं कि सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने जापान के साथ में एग्रीमेंट करके ब्रिटेन को हराने का प्लान बनाया था। मैंने कहीं पढ़ा है, और अभी अगर होगा, मैं पॉसिबल होगा तो दिखाऊंगा, कि जापान ने इंडियन जो आर्मी के थे करीब 75,000 प्रिजनर्स ऑफ वॉर पकड़े थे, और उनके साथ में जो ट्रीटमेंट किया था, दैट वाज सो ग्रूसम, दैट वाज सो चिलिंग, कि उसको पढ़ करके ही आदमी को मतलब खून खौलता है। अगर मान लीजिए सुभाष चंद्र बोस सक्सेसफुल हो जाते और ब्रिटेन हार जाता, तो जापान अगर हमारे ऊपर रूल करता तो क्या
कर लेता, ये भी होता। अच्छा, ये अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड के एक बूढ़ी औरत थी, साउथ इंडियन शायद, वो काम वाम करती थी, मतलब लो लेवल की जो मतलब होती है ना लोग, तो वो एक इंटरव्यू एक दफे दे रही थी टीवी पे। उसमें वो बता रही थी जापानीज जो इंडियंस को बहुत मारते थे, तो जब काम करवाते थे ना वहाँ, मतलब लेइंग ऑफ एयर स्ट्रिप्स, वहाँ तो क्या करते थे वो लोग, लोहे का जो है ना शीट, बहुत मोटा सा, टेम्पोररी एयर स्ट्रिप बनाने के लिए लोहे का स्ट्रिप जो है डाल देते थे, तो उन लोग मार मार कर लोगों को एकदम हालत खराब कर दिए थे, लोकल जो लोग वहाँ बसे हुए थे। उसके बारे में जिक्र कम होता है। प्रिजनर वॉर तो है ही, उसके अलावा मतलब लोकल लोगों को भी परेशान किए लोग, जापानीज सोल्जर।
वो लोग क्या करते थे, जो इनकी डेड बॉडीज होती थी ना,
जी,
उनको वो लोग सुखा करके एज फ्यूल, जो सर्दी जगह है ना जो जापान में, वहां पर वो लोग
जी, जी,
उसको आग की तरीके से उसको मतलब फ्यूल इस्तेमाल करते थे और अपने घरों को गर्म करते थे। वो भी एक है कहानी। ये तो थोड़ा पढ़ो तो इसमें मालूम पड़ेगा क्या है ये जो
जी
मैंने
सर,
शेयर किया।
जी सर।
हाँ नहीं, जापानीज तो ब्रिटिश से भी ज्यादा क्रूर थे। उन्होंने जो कोरिया में किया, जो चाइना में किया, मंचूरिया चाइना में, चाइनीज और कोरियंस अभी भी उन्हें हेट करते हैं।
अच्छा, उनका हिस्ट्री देखिएगा आप, वो लोग तो उस साइड से, कोरिया से ही जापान में जाके बसे थे,
हाँ जी।
फिर भी देखिए लड़ते वो लोग, मतलब इन लोगों के साथ ही। और एक चीज है, मतलब जिस तरह इन लोग के मन में जो है ना, सुसाइड करना, ये करना वो करना, थोड़ा सा मतलब दिमाग भी कुछ दूसरा टाइप का है। अभी भी सुनता हूँ मैं, जापान में माफिया जो है बहुत खतरनाक है। मुझे मालूम नहीं था कि जापान में माफिया है। लाइफ इन न्यू ब्रिटेन off the northeast coast of New Guinea during the Second World War was grueling and agonizingly so for Allied prisoners of war (POWs) interned by the Japanese. There on the ground I lay, shivering, helpless, recalled one soldier of his captivity after he had caught malaria in July 1943, describing in visceral detail the torrential rain, wet clothes and mosquitoes, the thin cotton blanket given to me being inadequate to protect me from the cold. I waited for the sun to warm me. I would shiver like a leaf. When seized by fever, my body would turn as hot as fire. I would become unconscious, then awake, only to find myself perspiring. There was not a soul who could give me a sip of even cold water. On the other side of the world, a doctor, also a captured Allied soldier, brought the coldest castle at the heart of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich in 1943. Experienced a similar sense of acute loneliness after hearing the sound of the key turning as the door was closed behind him. The doctor asked the sentry in German where he was. Putting his fingers to his ears, the sentry remained silent, leaving the prisoner in complete darkness in his cell.
नहीं आ रहा ये आगे सब्सक्रिप्शन मांग रहा है सब्सक्रिप्शन कहाँ से करूँ मैं इसका
छोड़िए इतना जरूरी भी नहीं. How did the Japanese treat Indian POWs? At Vivak, New Guinea too, Indian POWs were treated worse than beasts of burden. Japanese ate Indian POWs. Heading ate Indian POWs. Used them as live targets in World War II. 2nd of April 1946, the Reuters correspondent in Melbourne, Australia, cabled a short message which was carried by all newspapers a day later, including the Times of India. It read, "The Japanese Lieutenant Hisata Tomayasu, found guilty of the murder of 14 Indian soldiers and of cannibalism at Wewak, New Guinea in 1944, has been sentenced to death by hanging. In it is learned from Rabol. The nationalist narrative has long projected the Second World War as a clash between the patriots of the Indian National Army, supported by the Japanese Empire, the evil and the evil British Empire. The soldiers of the Indian Army who fought for the British are immediately dismissed as stooges of the Raj, but the refusal of many who were taken prisoner to renege on their oaths of loyalty in the face of extreme torture also showed remarkable bravery. After the fall of Singapore on 15th of February 1942, 40,000 men of the Indian Army became prisoners of war. Some 30,000 of them helped the INA, but those of the
एक मिनट ये टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया कैसे करता है बहुत गड़बड़ करता है हाँ शुरू करेगा फिर बंद कर देगा क्या करता है
it was a never-ending horror for those who were shipped out to the Pacific Islands on the ships that first that took them to the Admiralties. Admiralties क्या बोलते हैं?
डांस कर रहा है यार अभी वो बफरिंग ही कर रहा है
नहीं देखिए ये बोल रहा है कि जापानीज लोग प्रिजनर्स ऑफ वॉर को लाइव टारगेट्स बनाते थे और शूट करते थे. जो मरते नहीं थे उनको बेनोट मारकर मार दिया जाता था.
पढ़ो अब आ गया after the fall of Singapore on February 15
On February 15, 1942, 40,000 men of the Indian Army became prisoners of war. Some 30,000 of them joined the INA, but those who refused were destined for torture in the Japanese concentration camps. They were first sent to transit camps in Batavia, now Jakarta, and Surabaya, from where they were packed off to New Guinea, New Britain, and Bougainvillea. At the camps, they made no distinction between Indian officers and men. Officers would be slapped across the face or beaten up with sticks for the slightest error made by the men. Error in this case being a tired soldier taking a moment's rest while on double fatigue duty, or a sick soldier failing to salute a Japanese officer. Very often work parties of haggard men would be taken away from the camp to the shooting range, where they would be used as live targets for new Japanese infantry recruits to improve their marksmanship. Soldiers were not killed in the firing but wounded were bayoneted to death. नहीं, क्रूएल तो थे ही लोग।
जालिम दादा, बड़ी जालिम कौम है ये जापानीज।
अभी भी मैं बोल रहा हूँ वैसे ही है। थोड़ा सा इन लोग जग जाएंगे ना फिर शुरू होगा, देखिए यदि थोड़ा सा मौका मिला, अमेरिका थोड़ा लूज किया ग्रिप जापान के ऊपर, तो फिर जो है इन लोग चढ़ जाएंगे, क्योंकि इनके खून में वो चीज है, लड़ाई करनी।
तो हम ब्लंडर्स ऑफ नेहरू की बात कर रहे थे, तो सबसे बड़ा जो ब्लंडर मुझे लगता है ना, वो श्री बटुकेश्वर दत्त जी, जिन्होंने भगत सिंह के साथ मिलकर असेंबली में बॉम्ब में फेंका था, पता है ना उनके साथ क्या किया? 47 से लेके 65 तक वो बेचारे गरीबी में रहे। जेल काटने के बाद टीबी से उनके देहांत हो गया। आई मीन लिटरली उन्होंने, बटुकेश्वर दत्त और भगत सिंह दोनों ने अपने आप को सरेंडर कर दिया था।
हाँ।
और बाद में वो कभी ट्रक चलाते थे, कभी कुछ करते थे। आई मीन जो रियल इंडिपेंडेंट की, जिन्होंने इंडिपेंडेंस पे अपना सारे कुछ दे दिया, उनको कुछ भी नहीं मिला। ऐसे कितने ही और होंगे।
नकली लोग जो है वो अपना फायदा उठाए, फ्रीडम फाइटर। ये भी आपको पता होगा, बहुत नकली लोग थे जिनको मतलब वो मिलता था ना कुछ पैसे गवर्नमेंट से।
आई मीन नेहरू और गांधी जो जिस जेल में रहते थे, तो होटल की तरह जेल था इनका। बिस्तर,
वही पढ़ रहा था,
न्यूज़पेपर मिलता था इनको, इनको बुक्स मिलती थी।
डेली शेड्यूल था ना, कितना बजे ब्रेकफास्ट, कितना बजे जो है क्या ब्रिज, फिर क्या किताब पढ़ो, कुछ न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ो, फिर जो है लेट, थोड़ा सा लेट हो गई दोपहर को, उसके बाद चाय वगैरह या कोई गेम्स, उसके बाद चाय, उसके बाद खाना वाना और
कंपेयर
कटलरी
करो,
वगैरह सब।
और वो कंपेयर करो वीर सावरकर जी के साथ, उनके साथ काले पानी में क्या हुआ। बाकी ब्लंडर तो हमने आपने डिस्कस किए ही थे ना, वो वाले जैसे नेपाल का सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल का, आज जो चिटागोंग हिल ट्रैक्ट्स का, और जो हमारा कैलाश सरोवर, मानसरोवर तिब्बत का है।
अक्साई चीन
साई चीन तो पाकिस्तान ने दे दिया।
1954, वो क्या नाम है, तिब्बत।
Not a blade of grass grows there.
तिब्बत जनरल
अभी
जोरावर
शायद-
सिंह ने जीता था।
हाँ, अभी शायद पहुंचे नहीं है ना दादा वहां तक।
बाजवा जी, जो बटुकेश्वर दत्त वाला आपने जो कहा वो सही है क्या?
हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है। आपको पता नहीं?
नहीं सही है, मतलब
मुझे पता नहीं था। वो तो शायद केमिस्ट्री के प्रोफेसर थे ना, स्टूडेंट थे शायद केमिस्ट्री के।
हाँ, उन्होंने बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़ाई की थी, पर वो हिंदुस्तान पब्लिक एसोसिएशन चंद्रशेखर आजाद और भगत सिंह के साथ मिल गए थे। हाँ, वो एक पढ़े लिखे लोग थे। जब उन्होंने सेलेक्ट किए ना जो आदमी जाएंगे असेंबली में बॉम्ब
सारे पढ़े लिखे थे।
हाँ, उन्होंने
पढ़े लिखे लोग ही जाते थे ना ऐसे।
हाँ, ये सिलेक्ट इसलिए किए थे भगत सिंह और बटुकेश्वर दत्त को कि ये दोनों पढ़े लिखे थे और ये अंग्रेजी में बात कर सकते थे। इन्होंने जो वहाँ पे बॉम्ब भी मारे,
अंग्रेजी उर्दू दोनों ही बात करते थे।
हाँ, तो इन्होंने ये सिलेक्ट ही इसलिए हुए थे। तो जब इन्होंने सामने बम मारा तो फिर नारे लगाने लग गए और पकड़े गए, तो उन्होंने प्रेस के साथ सामने बोलना था अंग्रेजी में। और भगत सिंह और राजगुरु और सुखदेव को तो फांसी दे दी तभी, और ये फिर 15-16 साल जेल में रहे। फिर जब इंडिया आजाद हुआ तो उन्हें जेल से निकाल दिया, पर उसके बाद इनकी कोई पेंशन नहीं, कुछ नहीं।
अच्छा अच्छा, नहीं उनको कोई रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिला हमारे इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से 47
अभी
के
उनकी
बाद?
आखिरी इच्छा थी कि उनकी अस्थियां, जहां पे भगत सिंह, राजगुरु, सुखदेव की अस्थियां वहीं पे हो, वहीं पे उनको दफनाया जाए, उनकी अस्थियां रखी जाए।
हाँ,
तो
चारों
वहीं
एक
पे
साथ
किया।
थे ना।
हाँ जी, हुसैनी वाला जो है ना, जहाँ पे भगत सिंह, राजगुरु, सुखदेव की अस्थियां, वहीं पे उनकी समाधि बनी है। ये उनकी
अच्छा
आखिरी इच्छा थी, ये इच्छा पूरी कर दी।
अच्छा,
इरॉन में अभी तुमने पूछा कि इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने कोई हेल्प नहीं किया। आप जरा सोचो, इतनी देर से आप सुन रहे हो, 1947 में जो गवर्नमेंट थी, क्या वो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट थी या किसी की प्रॉक्सी थी?
वो तो प्रॉक्सी डोमिनियन थी, डोमिनियन
बस
ऑफ
ठीक है,
इंडिया।
बात बस, हाँ बस आपको जवाब मिल गया।
अब मेरा ये कहना है कि ये डोमिनियंस हटा कब, मतलब डोमिनियन का स्टेटस हटा कब?
आई थिंक 2014 में।
हाँ मैं भी ये कहने वाला था।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
संदीप, क्या हथौड़ा मारा है कील के सर पे।
ओके, मेरा यही क्वेश्चन था, मैं कुछ और पूछता हूँ।
चलो ये पढ़ो।
कहाँ कुछ दिख नहीं रहा।
आ गया।
चंद्रशेखर आजाद
Chandrasekhar Azad death anniversary, when his nephew Sujit said that it was Nehru who got the revolutionary killed by the British details. ये तो मतलब मुझे लगा था कि ये केवल लंपट है, ये तो मक्कार भी है।
पढ़ा।
हाँ, पढ़ रहा हूँ। रुक जाइए अभी जरा, 1 मिनट सर, मुझे टाइम दीजिएगा।
एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में टाइम नहीं मिलेगा, प्रैक्टिस कर ले यहाँ पर जल्दी से।
अरे सॉरी सर, मेरा बात नहीं मान रहा ना। हाँ, मिल गया।
ठीक है जी।
On this day, February 27, year 2 years ago, the iconic Indian revolutionary freedom fighter Chandrasekhar Azad died, preferring to shoot himself than get arrested by the British. It is well known that the CID head of British police was tipped by someone that Azad is conducting a meeting in Alfred Park, currently Chandrasekhar Azad Park, 80 sepoys.
with
क्या
18 sepoys.
अच्छा, 80 sepoys मतलब अच्छा ठीक है.
With
The
80
police
sepoys, the British
surrounded the
surrounded the park.
and soon the gunfight broke out.
A
Azad
gunfight
didn't
broke
give
out.
up till his final breath and eventually shot himself to avoid being captured by the Britishers. Okay. Another known fact is that Sujit Azad, the nephew of the revolutionary freedom fighter Chandrasekhar Azad, has been asserting for several years now that India's former Prime Minister, the Congress leader Jawaharlal Nehru, provided the specific information about Azad's whereabouts to the British. Sujit Azad alleged that the Nehru informed British about the presence of Chandrasekhar Azad at
Alfred Park.
Alfred Park because of other Nehru and his nephew HRA members. Okay, Hindu Sindhies, and nobody else know Azad was coming there.
Nobody else
He
knew
was
Azad was
also
coming there. Nobody else.
yes
Other
sir,
than
sorry sir. ये HRA क्या होता है? हिंदुस्तान क्या कहते हैं?
revolutionary कुछ हो रहा है.
Army,
assassination.
हाँ,
सॉरी, वही पे मैं अटक गया था. Members, nobody else know that was coming there. He was also urged previously that the Bharat Ratna award given to Nehru should be removed. ये तक होना ही चाहिए.
रिवोक
खुद ही खुद को अवार्ड देता है.
नहीं should be
Similarly,
revoked.
he demanded that the panel
That
similar
a panel
to
similar to the Kapoor Commission formed after
Kapoor
Gandhi's
Commission
death
formed after
should be appointed.
Gandhi's death should be appointed to investigate the
Aforementioned
ये क्या लिखा है?
allegation. Aforementioned allegation and the truth should be
aforementioned
made public.
allegation and truth
And
should
the
be made
truth.
public. Yes, sir, and truth should be made public.
तू वर्ड कैसे मिस करता है यार?
अरे बहुत छोटा है सर, मुझे दिख नहीं रहा.
छोटा तो मुझे भी दिख रहा है छोटा.
तो अपना उसको स्ट्रीम गार्ड को बड़ा कर देना.
करता हूँ.
ये
मोबाइल पे क्या?
हाँ, अब दिख रहा है. AFORMENTI. अच्छा, ये अभी दिख रहा है, वो तब नहीं दिख रहा था. Okay, Jawaharlal Nehru is prominent figure in Congress at the time of Chandrasekhar Azad's death. Motilal Nehru, his father, was well-known barrister, Congress politician, and financial supporter of the revolutionaries. But Jawaharlal Nehru was not enthusiastic about the revolutionaries.
Was as enthusiastic
Yes, as
about the
enthusiastic
revolutionaries.
about the revolutionaries. On February 1931, Chandrasekhar Azad visited the Anand Bhavan Nehru residence.
Visited Anand Bhavan, Nehru's residence in Lucknow.
In Lucknow.
गलत है. ये लिखने वाला भी गलत है, बेवकूफ साला. इलाहाबाद लिखना चाहिए इसको. आनंद भवन
लखनऊ लिख रहा है, इलाहाबाद
लखनऊ लिख रहा है, वो गलत लिख रहा है.
क्या हुआ सर, मुझसे कुछ गलती हो गई क्या?
नहीं,
तुमसे गलती नहीं, लिखने वाले ने गलती
लिख रहा है यार.
अच्छा. Secretary to seek the clemency of the Bhagat Singh.
और द कहाँ आ रहा है यार? हर प्रॉपर नाउन के आगे द लगा रहा है.
Seek clemency.
And other freedom fighters who were sentenced to death by British government. At that time, Azad also handed over the treasury belonging. Treasury लिखा है क्या?
हाँ, मैं पढ़ देता हूँ.
Treasury belongs to the Hindustan Socialist Republic Association. मुझे association लगा था. Association to Nehru to secure Bhagat Singh's release. Nehru started giving evasive answers due to which Chandrasekhar Azad came out to meeting in anger.
Of the meeting in anger.
Yes, sir. Of the meeting
in anger. Azad went to Albert Park in Allahabad with his aide after returning from Anand Bhavan to discuss his next course of action. Nehru, who was the only person who knew Azad, was allegedly informed that the only person knew about his location.
एक मिनट दादा मैं कर देता हूँ. Nehru was the only person who knew where Azad was, allegedly informed the British about the location, about his location.
Grammatically both error.
Sujit Azad. Based on the particular information, the police surrounded Azad with 80 sepoys, and a gunfight ensued. Azad, facing the entire police force, refused to surrender. He battled till the bitter end and kept firing at the British corps until he was down to
P silent है, ठीक है. CORPS का जो है ना, P silent होता है. British corps देख लीजिएगा डिक्शनरी में, कोर है, प्रोनाउंसिएशन
अच्छा
कोर है, स्पेलिंग कॉर्प्स है, लेकिन प्रोनाउंसिएशन कोर है।
ठीक है। आजाद
Until
फेसिंग
he
द एंटायर पुलिस फोर्स refused to surrender. He battled till the bitter end and kept fighting the British corps until he was down to one bullet. He pointed the pistol at his head and pulled the trigger. Azad, a renowned revolutionary and a courageous son of India, chose to die over submission to British. According to Sujit Azad, Nehru not only grabbed the treasury but also betrayed Chandrasekhar Azad, leading to his death.
अच्छा, ये INA का गोल्ड जो है ना, उसको लेकर के भी बहुत सारा मतलब कंट्रोवर्सी है।
अच्छा, आईने का मतलब ट्रेजरी जो
हाँ, अभी भी मिला नहीं है वो।
मिला नहीं है क्या? इंडिया में भी बहुत आ गया, पेट्रोल दिया था।
नहीं, चेस्ट तो हमारे आईने के जो क्या कहते हैं नेशनल आर्काइव पे वहां पे है चेस्ट, परंतु चेस्ट खाली है।
सिंह साहब तो जानते हैं मिशन, जय भारती सर आप भी जानते हो, सिंह साहब तो जानते हैं INA जितना गोल्ड था उसका भी
एक
बड़ा
किताब में लिखा,
कंट्रोवर्सी।
किताब में आएगा, आगे आएगा वो, उसमें भी आएगा वो, ब्लंडर में आएगा वो।
कौन एक साउथ इंडियन था ना, क्या रामास्वामी की क्या नाम था उसका? उसने हड़प
आयर
लिया
नाम का
था
कुछ
बहुत।
था, आयर।
आयर, हाँ जो भी हो, मतलब काफी मतलब ले लिया था गोल्ड बार वगैरह सब।
सबको काफी कुछ लेके वो जापान में सेटल हो गया।
और उसका हिस्सा भी बहुत लोगों को मिला, अकेले नहीं हजम कर पाया, यहाँ तक पहुँचा था बहुत।
हमारा जो माउंटबेटन है ना, उसने बहुत कुछ नामो निशान मिटा दिया, मतलब आईएनए का सब बहुत कुछ नामो निशान मिटा दिया।
माउंटबेटन सर,
आईएनए
और
के
कोई
बहुत सारे
और कोई
सोल्जर्स
नहीं,
बंगाल में जिंदा थे, जीवित थे। उनको गोली मार के सब
माउंटबेटन क्या?
मतलब
हाँ मालूम है मुझे,
गोली मार
जगह
के उड़ा
मालूम है मुझे।
खत्म कर दिया।
एक मिल कंपाउंड है बेलघोड़िया के पास, नीलगंज नाम का जगह है, अभी भी जा सकते हैं, मेमोरियल बना हुआ है। रात को जो है
अच्छा
उनको
अच्छा।
मारकर ट्रक से, मतलब लॉरी कहते थे उस समय तो बॉडी सब बाहर भेज दिया गया था। क्या किया गया आज तक लोग नहीं जानते, ये लोकल लोग बताएं।
अच्छा अच्छा।
कुछ जीवित भी हैं अभी भी, जो बच्चे थे उस समय, हम लोग देखे थे पिक्चर।
जी हाँ सर।
अभी काफी मतलब बुजुर्ग हैं, ओवर 85 ऐसा ही कुछ हो गया। इंटरव्यू भी दिया था कि हम लोग देखे हैं उसे, जब हम लोग एकदम छोटे थे।
और माउंटबेटन ने ऐसा भी है कि 15 अगस्त को इसलिए चुना क्योंकि 15 अगस्त को वो हार गए थे, मतलब इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी हार गए थे ब्रिटिश आर्मी से। तो मतलब वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में कुछ पोजीशन में हार गए थे।
रेवोल्यूशन में क्या बोले सर, एक बार रिपीट कीजिए।
मैंने बोला कि 15 अगस्त
वो तो सुन लिया।
1947 को इसलिए चुना क्योंकि 15 अगस्त में मतलब वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में कुछ पोजीशन ब्रिटिश आर्मी से हार गए थे।
फिर सुनाई नहीं दिया क्या बोले, पोजिशनिंग बोले या
कुछ नहीं दिया।
बोले क्या?
अच्छा, मेरी आवाज एकदम सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, मैं जरा साउंड चेक कर लूं।
सब सुनाई दे रहा है, बाकी जो वर्ड आप बोले क्या बोले, पोजिशनिंग बोले, पोल्यूशनिंग बोले, क्या बोले?
नहीं सर, मैं ये बोल रहा था ये
अरे
जो
वो वर्ड
माउंटबेटन
का
है।
बात पूछ रहा हूँ तो पूरा मत दोहराइए ना, जितना पूछ रहा हूँ उतना बताइए।
अच्छा ठीक है, ठीक, कोई बात नहीं। मैंने आपने कुछ तो सुन लिया।
अरे लास्ट पार्ट समझ में नहीं आया ना। एनीवे,
लास्ट पार्ट ये है कि वो ब्रिटिश आर्मी मतलब आईएनए ब्रिटिश आर्मी से कुछ पोजीशन हार गए थे वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में उन
अच्छा
15
पोजीशन
अगस्त।
हार गए थे।
जी हाँ, तो उसी दिन को उन्होंने चुना एज ए डे ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट भारत के।
आवाज नहीं आ रही।
हाँ, क्योंकि वैसे तो होना चाहिए, इंडियन को फ्रीडम होना चाहिए था 21 अक्टूबर को होना चाहिए था 1943 में। वो जो संपूर्ण भारत जब मिला था मतलब एक्साइल गवर्नमेंट जब बना था, वो डेट को देना चाहिए था, पर वो दिया नहीं।
चाहिए बहुत कुछ था, नहीं हुआ ना। तो भारत का सबसे पहले तिरंगा कहाँ लहराया गया बताइए?
क्या बोले सर, फिर से बोलिए।
भारत का तिरंगा सबसे पहले कहाँ लहराया गया?
ये तो मुझे याद नहीं सर।
जैसे कोहिमा में दादा,
बिफोर इंडिपेंडेंस एट पोर्ट ब्लेयर बाय INA।
पोर्ट ब्लेयर में।
हाँ,
दादा डिब्रूगढ़ या कोहिमा में भी तो कोई इंसिडेंट कुछ था, अब मेरे को ध्यान नहीं आ रहा।
तो
आईएनए
वहाँ
का
भी मतलब ये मेमोरियल है
हाँ।
INA सोल्जर्स का। वहाँ पे उन लोग पहुँचे थे, मतलब अच्छा बेस भी बनाए थे वहाँ। तो बाद में पीछे हटना पड़ा क्योंकि रेंज के चलते।
क्या दादा?
रेनफॉल बहुत हाई है वहाँ ना, इसके चलते काफी मतलब लोग मरने लगे, खाना वाना खा नहीं, लोग घर पे खा भी नहीं पाते थे।
तो बेगम दादा एक बात देखिए कि 60,000 आईएनए की फौज में, या मुझे नंबर याद नहीं, कितनी हमारी भारतीय महिलाएं थी उसमें?
हाँ, महिलाएं भी थी, एक रेजिमेंट थी।
वो देखना पड़ेगा।
झांसी की रानी शायद या लक्ष्मीबाई रेजिमेंट थी वो।
हाँ, लक्ष्मीबाई रेजिमेंट।
मैं कहना क्या चाह रहा हूँ, वो हमारी दादी परदादियाँ और आज की जो जनरेशन है हमारी, जो हाँ बस समझ गया ना क्या कहना चाह रहा हूँ।
उसमें साउथ और पंजाब के लोग बहुत थे, क्योंकि
पंजाब और मद्रास के लोग।
सिंगापुर
परसों की स्कीम के बारे में एक लेडी ने परसों की स्कीम के बारे में एक लेडी ने कमेंट मारा है, तुम्हारे क्या फर्क पड़ता है, कैसे भी कपड़े पहने, हमारा शरीर है। जो हम लोगों ने वो किया था ना मीडिया के ऊपर,
तो आंसर हमें मिल ही गया ना।
तो मैंने लिख दिया, उसका जवाब मैंने लिखा एक्सपेक्टेड, उसके जवाब में लिखा
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, आंसर तो मिल ही गया एक्सपेक्टेड।
तो दादा मैंने ये भी तो बोला था कि कोई बोलेगा कि ये सारे मिसोजिनिस्ट हैं।
वो बोलता है कि तुम बूढ़े लोग हो, तुम धोती पहन के घूमो ना, ऐसे बोल रही हो।
अरे भाई जो पहना हुआ है वो भी फिर क्यों पहना हुआ है यार, बिल्कुल स्वतंत्र हो जाओ।
ये है, देखिए
तो पढ़ो
दादा इनका क्या कहा जाए।
अरे
कोई ढंग की बात बोली जाए तो समझ में नहीं आती। अरे जो अपना कल्चर है हम उस हिसाब से चले, ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा।
इसमें 2 कमेंट आए हैं। एक कमेंट है कोई विजय जगन्नाथ करके है, वो बोल रहा है सो गुड टू सी द ड्रेस कोड ऑफ नाविका कुमार पालकी शर्मा उपाध्याय, कीर्ति किराची करके कोई होगी शायद, प्रेजेंटेशन इन टीवी, वेस्टर्न अटायर डज नॉट सूट द ब्यूटी ऑफ इंडियन फीमेल। और ये 6 घंटा पहले है कोई युकी करके है, वो बोल रही है people can wear what they want, it's their bodies and their choice, a bunch of old men should stop commenting on women's dress, if you care about culture then go wear dhoti daily, ऐसा बोल रही है। मैंने जवाब दिया उसको expected।
बस करेक्ट, वन वर्ड सफाइसेस। ये पढ़ो सर,
थोड़ा पढ़ो इसमें, वो जो गांधी जी ने भगत सिंह को मरवाया था नहीं मरवाया था उसकी कंट्रोवर्सी के बारे में।
ट्रिब्यून पेपर है, ये संडे 27 जुलाई 2008 का आर्टिकल है, महात्मा एंड द मार्टर। Did the ideological distance between Bhagat Singh and Mahatma Gandhi decide the young revolutionary's fate? Was he a victim of Gandhi's apathy? B.N. Datta's latest book, Gandhi and Bhagat Singh, focuses on Bapu's attitude towards Bhagat Singh's trials and execution. Except historians give different explanations about Gandhi's attitude to the trial and execution of Bhagat Singh. Some writers allege that Gandhi was not emotionally involved in saving Bhagat Singh's life from the gallows because of his obsession with his creed of non-violence and his repudiation of violent means which Bhagat Singh had adopted for the fulfillment of his plans to wreak British power in India. Other writers argue that Gandhi did make desperate efforts to save Bhagat Singh's life till the end, and he failed, not for want of effort from his part, but because the power to commute Bhagat Singh's death sentence lay not in his hands, but in the Viceroy Irwin's. तो ये भूख हड़ताल क्यों नहीं किया था? The study argues that the question of Bhagat Singh's life and death has to be seen from a broader perspective, especially within the framework of the British imperial system operating in the country, which is generally ignored. This study shows that Bhagat Singh and his associates were as much the victims of British imperialism as of Gandhian politics. In the late 20s and early 30s of the last century, Gandhi regarded Bhagat Singh's mode of militant nationalism and the extreme left-wing political activity as the most injurious to the cause of
क्या हुआ?
Indian
बड़ा करूं
दिख नहीं
क्या?
रहा सर।
जी सर पूरा आर्टिकल चाहिए, बड़ा नहीं चाहिए, पूरा चाहिए जी।
आगे करूं?
नहीं ठीक है सर। ब्रिटिश इंपीरियलिज्म
यहाँ पे है ना ये?
injurious to, ये पूरा पढ़ते हैं. This study shows that Bhagat Singh and his associates were as much the victims of British imperialism as of Gandhian politics. In the late 20s and early 30s of the last century, Gandhi regarded Bhagat Singh's mode of militant nationalism and the extreme left-wing political activity as the most injurious to the cause of Indian independence. As a strategist, he appropriated the positive measures of both the approaches and made them, with some modifications, an integral part of the Congress policy and programs, which he presented later at the Congress session at Karachi, about a week after Bhagat Singh's execution. The issue of Mahatma Gandhi's attitude to Bhagat Singh's trial and execution has sparked much controversy amongst historians and writers. Some writers allege that Gandhi could have saved Bhagat Singh's life if he had wished, but regrettably he didn't and wouldn't, as his failure in saving Bhagat Singh's life from the gallows
10 मिनट.
On the gallows.
leaves a black spot on his political career. On the other hand, Gandhi's own party workers, followers, and some writers clarify with pathetic earnestness that Gandhi failed not because of his lack of interest in the well-being of Bhagat Singh, but because of the circumstances which lay beyond his control. I think this controversy, which has stimulated much literature on the subject, needs further clarity and understanding. Let us first see how historians and other writers, this is not an enumeration, but exemplification, an exemplification that is view and explain Gandhi's attitude to the trial and execution of Bhagat Singh. In chapter 14, Gandhi's truth of his book, The Trial of Bhagat Singh, A.G. Noorani maintains that Gandhi's efforts in saving Singh's life were half-hearted because of his failure to make a strenuous appeal to the Viceroy for the commutation of his death sentence to life. To emphasize his indifference to the fate of Bhagat Singh, Nurani writes that Gandhi did not Nurani writes that Gandhi did not care to see Bhagat Singh when he was on hunger strike in jail. Nurani asserts that during his conversations with the Viceroy, Gandhi pleaded not for the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence, but for its suspension, contesting A.G. Nurani's views as expounded in his book. Anil Noria asserts that falling short of making the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence a part of his pact with the Viceroy, Gandhi did whatever he could to put maximum pressure on the Viceroy not to hang Bhagat Singh. Noria also highlights that Gandhi had sent Sir Tegh Bahadur Sapru, M.R. Jaikar, and Srinivasa Shastri to the Viceroy to plead for the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence. Joining the debate, Prem Basin, a well-known left-wing politician, repudiates P.P. Das's charge that Gandhi was devious and untruthful in his negotiations with the Viceroy. Recently, two publications came out on Bhagat Singh, the first by S. Irfan Habib, to make the deaf hear, ideology and program of Bhagat Singh and his comrades, 3 essays, and the second by Kuldeep Nair, Without Fear, The Life and Trial of Bhagat Singh. Habib, comprehensive and lucid. चलाइए.
वेट किताबें पढ़ लेते हैं ना.
सर आपका वोकैबुलरी बहुत अच्छा है.
कोर्ट में
मेरा
बैठने
बहुत
से
कम
लगता है भाई.
अरे पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं, वोकैबुलरी का क्या.
नहीं, आप हर एक उच्चारणों को ठीक ठाक कर लेते हैं.
कोशिश करता हूँ, आपका भी हो जाएगा.
ये है वो बुक मियां दत्ता की, अभी मैंने लिया 90 रुपए की है किंडल में.
जी जी.
क्या लिखा था? गांधी और
Did Gandhi try his best to save Bhagat Singh
गांधी एंड
from the
भगत
gallows,
सिंह.
or was Bhagat Singh just another pawn in the complex and intricate web of imperial power politics? The aim of this study is to understand and explain why Mahatma Gandhi, the most influential political leader of his time in India, could not save Bhagat Singh when he was negotiating a settlement of political questions with the Viceroy, Lord Irving, during February and March 1931. Gandhi's critics accuse him of failing, mainly owing to his stern commitment to non-violence, while his partymen and followers defend him and attribute his failure to the events that took place beyond his reckoning. Generally, scholars assume that the issue of the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence could have been settled by Irwin and Gandhi if they had acted with prudence and some compassion. This assumption, so stridently rooted in historical works, is challenged in this study. Using a wide range of historical material, B.N. Datta examines with sensitivity and critical discernment the tragic episode of Bhagat Singh's death sentence from a new perspective by analyzing it against the background of the political climate of the times, the role of Irvin and Gandhi, the pressure of public opinion, and the working of the British imperial system. This work further provides insights into the manner of political thought of the period, on the nature of political activity, and the state of society that lay captive under foreign rule. ये जीएन दत्ता का किताब गांधी एंड भगत सिंह ये पढ़ता हूँ. 20 days before he was hanged in Central Jail, Lahore, on 23rd of March 1931, Bhagat Singh, then 23 years quoted the following Urdu verse to his younger brother Kulkar Singh. खुश रहो अहले वतन हम तो सफर करते हैं. Farewell my countrymen, we are at journey's end. It's a quote by Wajid Ali Shah.
ये कौन है? सॉरी,
वाजिद
वाजिद
अली
अली शाह
शाह
कौन है?
अवध के नवाब.
अवध का नवाब यार, वाजिद अली शाह, जो वो क्या बोलते हैं, चेस खेलते खेलते जब वहां पर ब्रिटिश आ गए थे और सबका सत्यानाश कर दिया था, वो है वो.
अच्छा अच्छा, इसके ऊपर एक मूवी बनी थी शायद, सत्यजीत रे ने बनाया था.
शतरंज के खिलाड़ी.
हाँ, शतरंज के खिलाड़ी.
मालूम है तो पूछ क्यों रहे हैं कुछ? हिरण्मय जी, आपको मालूम सब है तो पूछते क्यों? 1907 birth of Bhagat Singh. 1918 में joined DAV School Lahore. 1921 left DAV School before completing his matriculation examination. Joined National College Lahore. 1924 left National College, being pressed by parents to marry. Went to Kanpur and joined Ramesh Shankar Vidyarthi's paper Pratap as Balwant. Taught at the National School in Shadipur village, district Aligarh, UP. Attended the Congress session in Belgaum. 1925 returned to Lahore on his grandmother's illness. Warrants issued against him in connection with the Akali Jatha reception according.
17 साल की उम्र में पढ़ाने लग गया था ये स्कूल में. 1907 में पैदा हुआ, 1924 में पढ़ा रहे अलीगढ़ में वो.
During the Jaitu Morcha, worked for Arjun, published from Delhi. मतलब बहुत prodigy था यार. Returned to Punjab, worked for Akali, an Urdu newspaper, published from Amritsar. Also wrote articles from Kirti, a Punjabi journal, advocating the cause of workers and peasants. ये कितना कम उम्र में कितना कुछ कर रहे हैं. 9th of August, Kakori incident in which the 10 revolutionaries under the overall command of Ram Prasad Bismil absconded with rupees 4,679. 1926 founded the Naujivan Bharat Sabha with others, worked as its general secretary. 1927 implicated in connection with Dasera bomb outrage, falsely arrested and released on a security bond of rupees 60,000, which was a large sum during those days. 1928 organized the Lahore Students' Union, attended the meeting of the Hindustan Republican Association at Firoz Shah.
अच्छा, HRA के समझ लो हिरन में. HRA का मतलब हिंदुस्तान रिपब्लिकन एसोसिएशन होता है, आर्मी नहीं, हिंदुस्तान रिपब्लिकन एसोसिएशन.
At Firoz Shah Kotla ground, Delhi, the HRA remained as the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association at Bhagat Singh's suggestion.
सोशलिस्ट जोड़ा उसमें.
30th November, Lala Lajpat Rai assaulted by lathi charge while leading the anti-Simon procession at Lahore. 17th November, Lala Lajpat Rai died. 17th December, took part in the murder of Assistant Superintendent of Police J.P. Saunders near the police headquarters Lahore at 4 p.m. Escaped to Calcutta. 1929, 8th April, 2 bombs and leaflets thrown into the Central Assembly, Delhi at 12:30 p.m. Quoted arrest with detailed at 7th May. Trial on the Assembly bomb case began in the court of the Additional District Magistrate F.D. Pool. 6th June, statement made before the Sessions Judge Leonard Middleton when regular trial began. 12th June, judgment pronounced on the Assembly case and sentenced to transportation for life. 15th June, hunger strike for better facilities in Delhi jail. 10th July, trial in Lahore conspiracy case before the special magistrate R.S. Krishnan. 13th September, Jatendra Nath Das died after 63 days of hunger strike. 1930, 1st of May, a special tribunal was set up under the Lahore Conspiracy Ordinance to try the culprits involved in the case. 20th June, the tribunal reconstituted. 7th of October, judgment in the Lahore conspiracy case pronounced death sentence awarded. 1931, Defence Council submitted a petition to the Privy Council, which was rejected on 27th of February. 23rd of March, hanged in Lahore Central Jail at 7:30 p.m. Preface. This work is a revised and enlarged version of the keynote address delivered.
नहीं, पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं इसको देखता हूँ गांधी जी के बारे में क्या बोल रहे हैं। ये पढ़ो।
In the interpretation of this work, I am grateful to Ansley T. Embry, Vipin Chandra, Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, T.R. Sareen, and Kamal Lal for reading the first draft of this study. Their comments have been encouraging, and I have tried to incorporate some of the suggestions in my text. I thank Kuldip Nair, the biographer of Bhagat Singh, who has clarified with his usual candor some questions relating to Bhagat Singh's trial. I am grateful to Anil Nauria for his advice and guidance. His scholarly articles on Gandhi and Singh opened up a lively debate on Gandhi and his attitude to Bhagat Singh's execution. R.S. Pava has clarified some of the points regarding the functioning of the police system during the British rule, for which I offer my thanks. I also thank Inder Malhotra for giving me useful information about the key witnesses in Bhagat Singh's trial. Harish K. Puri's refreshing and meticulous study of the Gadar movement gave me a new perspective in understanding Bhagat Singh's ideological orientation. For his patience in enlightening me on a number of queries, I offer my special thanks. My former colleague K.C. Yadav has published a series of volumes on Bhagat Singh and his activities, which provide a first-class primary source material. With his knowledge of a vast array of source material, locating various works, and helping out with the references, he has rescued me from making untenable generalizations, for which I express my gratitude. I warmly thank my daughter Nonika for her advice and support on making this work possible. I have benefited much from my discussions with Nayana Goradia, especially with regard to Bhagat Singh's association with the Bengal revolutionaries, and I record my appreciation for it. Janara Vasi's advice, especially on literary matters, has been invaluable, and I thank her. At the National Archives of India, Jaya Ravindran and Usha Kaul made my task easier for making available to me the material for consultation in the shortest possible time, and helping me in several ways to meet my requirements, for which I offer my sincere thanks. I also thank the authorities of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library for permitting me to consult the private collections in the NSS rooms. At the India International Centre Library, the library staff, especially Kanchan Nagpal, Surinder, Rajiv Mishra, and Hema, assisted me in securing books from various quarters, for which I am grateful. I am deeply beholden to Sangeeta Kaul for obtaining the requisite information on academic matters for me in time. I thank Raji Subramanian for her unstinted support in typing this work. My special thanks go to Trisha Bora for dedicated editorial support in the revision of this text, and finally for my wife's sustained emotional involvement in this and other literary works which I take up. No acknowledgement can suffice. A debate on Gandhi's role.
एक मिनट आगे चला।
The issue of Mahatma Gandhi's attitude to Bhagat Singh's trial and execution has sparked much controversy among historians and writers. Some writers allege that Gandhi could have saved Bhagat Singh's life if he had wished, but regrettably he didn't and wouldn't, and his failure in saving Bhagat Singh's life from the gallows leaves a black spot on his political career. On the other hand, Gandhi's own party workers, followers, and some writers clarify with pathetic earnestness that Gandhi failed not because of his lack of interest in the well-being of Bhagat Singh, but because of the conditioning circumstances which lay beyond his control. I think that this controversy, which has stimulated much literature on the subject, needs further clarity and understanding. Let us first see how historians and other writers, this is not an enumeration but an exemplification, view and explain Gandhi's attitude to the trial and execution of Bhagat Singh. In his biography of Bhagat Singh, Kuldeep Nair holds the view that Gandhi was very concerned about Bhagat Singh, but he did not approve of his violent methods because he thought that such means would do much harm to the country. That is why Gandhi even refused to associate himself with the move to raise a statue in honor of Bhagat Singh's martyrdom. S.R. Bakshi maintains in his study that Gandhi made some effort to save Bhagat Singh's life, but he did not put sufficient pressure on the Viceroy, Lord Irwin, to commute his life sentence. Bakshi thinks that a higher political pressure would have resolved the issue in favor of the revolutionary youth, but he does not elaborate on the kind of political pressure that would have worked. In his article Bhagat Singh, Bose and the Mahatma, Ashok Selhi castigates Gandhi for not rescuing Bhagat Singh from his execution because of his pathological dislike or fear of revolution and his commitment to non-violence. To emphasize Gandhi's indifference to the fate of Bhagat Singh, Selhi recalls how the Mahatma had thrown out the star politician Subhash Chandra Bose from the Congress because of his ideological differences with him, even though he was a democratically elected Congress president. In his biography of Bhagat Singh, D.S. Deol regrets that Gandhi did not make the issue of Bhagat Singh's execution a precondition of his settlement with the Viceroy because he felt it was not in the larger interests of his country. In support of his contention, Deol quotes from Gandhi's article in Young India: "I might have made the commutation a term of the settlement. It could not be made. The working committee agreed with me in not making commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence a condition precedent to truce. I would therefore only mention it." Deol emphasizes that a leader could hardly be expected to secure the commutation of the death sentence of Bhagat Singh and writes, "If the boys should be hanged, if the boys should be hanged, they had better be hanged before the Congress session in Karachi than after it." General Mohan Singh of INA fame too, like Deol, took
again on parental duty.
took a similar view when he wrote, "But Gandhi could not rise above the false prestige of his philosophy of non-violence, because Bhagat Singh's release would have given strength to a group of revolutionary heroes which Gandhi could not tolerate." In his book on Bhagat Singh, K.K. Fuller defended Gandhi and appreciated his role in trying to save Bhagat Singh. Fuller argued that the viceroy proved more clever and viewed Gandhi in believing that he was in sympathy and was also doing his best in the matter. S. Gopal, in his study of the viceroyalty of Lord Irwin, skirts the question of Bhagat Singh's reprieve and execution. He writes that it speaks for the integrity of these men, that is, Gandhi and Irwin, that in the circumstances they felt that it would be dishonest to postpone the execution of Bhagat Singh till the Congress session is over. S. Gopal does not discuss the question of Bhagat Singh's commutation of death sentence. On the other hand, he considers Irwin's policy as overwhelmingly right, to an extent that he did more than any man of his own time to keep alive the faith of the two people, Gandhi and Irwin, in each other. Quoting from Gandhi's speech, which he had delivered at a mass meeting in Delhi on 7th of March 1931, that Those who use the sword will perish by the sword. D.V. Tendulkar argues that Gandhi's moral commitment to non-violence prevented him from supporting Bhagat Singh's acts of violence, and whatever he said in his favor was motivated by his desire to appease the extremists who were critical of the Congress's indifference to saving his life. Patavi Sitaramaya, the official Congress historian, gives an account of the Gandhi-Irwin talks about Bhagat Singh's death sentence. According to Sitaramaya, the viceroy was reserved about Bhagat Singh's death sentence and never made any promise beyond assuring that he would employ his good offices of the Punjab government in this. Anyway, Lord Irwin was unable to help in the matter, and of Gandhi's attitude, Sitaramaya writes that Gandhi himself definitely stated to the viceroy that if the boys should be hanged, they had better be hanged before the Congress than after. There would be no false hopes lingering in the breasts of the people. The Gandhi-Irwin pact would stand or fall on its own merits of the Congress and on the added fact that the three boys had been executed. Basing his account largely on P.P. Das's essay in the mainstream Independence Day issue 1970, Manmat Nath Gupta, in his book entitled "What Gandhi Did and Did Not Do," accuses Gandhi of practicing chicanery and acting in a double-faced manner, professing sympathy for Bhagat Singh in the public, but in secret, settling with the viceroy a suitable time for his execution. Gupta argues that Gandhi was not emotionally involved in saving Bhagat Singh's life because he did not want his pact with the viceroy to be wrecked. Gupta also points out that the public condemnation of Bhagat Singh's heroic spirit was causing much worry to the Mahatma, who regarded such manifestation of feeling as a sign of sheer political immaturity. Generally, the British historians tend to ignore the Bhagat Singh case. Percival Spear, C. H. Phillips, and Judith Brown are silent on the subject. Sir Penderell Moon, in his study of British rule, wrote that in the case of Bhagat Singh's reprieve, Irwin refused to be moved by political considerations. Roy Jenkins, a prospective analyst of Irwin's administration, wrote that the viceroy had to appease the official opinion to execute Bhagat Singh. Irwin's biographer, Alan Campbell Johnson, noted that both Gandhi and Irwin, who greatly valued the sanctity of human life, discussed whether Bhagat Singh's life could be spared or not, and arrived at a decision. Johnson wrote, Sir Herbert Emerson, the Home Member, who was called upon to play a prominent role in Delhi negotiations, records listening with amazement to Irwin and Gandhi that after agreement had been reached by them that Bhagat Singh must be executed, engaged in a prolonged decision not as between two statesmen, but as between two saints on the sanctity of human life. Andrew Roberts, a distinguished biographer of Irwin's life, wrote that after Gandhi's appeal to him to commute Bhagat Singh's death sentence, Irwin spent a sleepless night with his conscience. The next day he refused to commute the death sentence, and he and his comrades were hanged. Gandhi had pleaded what a good effect his reprieve would have, but the viceroy turned it down. In chapter 14, Gandhi's truth of his book, The Trial of Bhagat Singh, A.G. Noorani maintains that Gandhi's efforts in saving Bhagat Singh's life were half-hearted because of his failure to make a strenuous appeal to the viceroy for the commutation of his death sentence to life. To emphasize his indifference to the fate of Bhagat Singh, Noorani writes that Gandhi did not care to see Bhagat Singh when he was on hunger strike in jail. Noorani asserts that during his conversations with the viceroy, Gandhi pleaded not for the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence, but for his suspension. He argues further, Gandhi could have intervened effectively to save Bhagat Singh. He did not till the last. Later claims such as, I brought all the pressure at my command on him, that is the viceroy, are belied by researches that came to light later in this tragic episode, Gandhi was not candid, neither to the nation or even to his closest colleagues, about the talks with the Viceroy Lord Irwin in saving Bhagat Singh. Noorani claims that Gandhi, in his negotiations with the Viceroy, did not take his colleagues into confidence. According to Noorani, Gandhi was more interested in saving his pact with the Viceroy than care for the one who, fired by patriotic spirit, was ready to die for the love of his country. Gandhi's attitude to Bhagat Singh's life sentence and execution has been discussed and debated in a series of articles published in the mainstream weekly. The participants in this lively and animated debate are non-professional historians, which indicates a healthy sign for the growth of historical knowledge. Controversies on historical themes tend to enrich the quality of historical thought. The mainstream debate also shows how the memory of the legendary Bhagat Singh continues to evoke interest in the public mind even now. The starting point of the debate in the mainstream was the publication of D.P. Das's article Gandhi and Bhagat Singh in 1970. Basing his study on Irwin's biography and the Irwin-Gandhi correspondence, Das presents Gandhi as a wheeler-dealer who believed that the Delhi Pact was much more important than the lives of one revolutionary or three. Bhagat Singh and his comrades were the tragic cases that arose at the time, which almost stood between a settlement with Irwin by Gandhi. In the concluding part of his essay, Das charges Gandhi with deception for using devious means in his discussions with the Viceroy on the questions of Bhagat Singh's death sentence. But Das also mentions that even ancient Hindu scriptures contain several examples of virtuous men like Ram and Yudhishthir who acted deceptively for the sake of noble objects, nullifying his charges against Gandhi. Contesting A.G. Noorani's views as expounded in his book The Trial of Bhagat Singh, that Gandhi did not take sufficient interest in saving Bhagat Singh's life, Anil Noria asserts that falling short of making the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence a part of his pact with the Viceroy, Gandhi did whatever he could to put the maximum pressure on the Viceroy not to hang Bhagat Singh. Noria emphasizes that Gandhi asked not for the suspension of Bhagat Singh's death sentence, but its commutation. Noria also highlights that Gandhi had sent Sir Tej Bahadur, Sapru, M.R. Jayakar, and Srinivasa Shastri to the Viceroy to plead for the commutation of Bhagat Singh's death sentence, claiming to base his account on the diary of Mahadev Desai in Gujarati, edited by C. B. Dalai, and other primary source materials. Noria wrote that evidently Gandhi's involvement in the clemency effort was multi-pronged and even thorough than Noorani, who has been able to visualize. Noria concludes that Gandhi clearly treated the non-execution of Bhagat Singh as a part of the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. In his rejoinder to Noria's article, written on the 6th of April, published on the 6th of April 1996. Sticking to his earlier view as discussed in his book The Trial of Bhagat Singh, A.G. Noorani reiterates that on the question of saving Bhagat Singh's life, Gandhi's pleadings were manifestly weak. According to Noorani, Gandhi was more interested in postponing the death sentence than its commutation, the view he shares with D.P. Das. He acknowledges further that Gandhi did make some effort on 31st of March 1931, but it was too late, and if he had done so earlier, then there was a chance of saving Bhagat Singh's life. In reply to Noorani's rejoinder, Noria, in his article, The Writing of History, reiterates that Gandhi had been making serious efforts since 19 February 1931 to save Bhagat Singh from the gallows, which is evident from the source materials he has used, including Mahadev Desai's diary. Joining the debate, Prem Bhasin, a well-known left-wing politician, repudiates D.P. Das's charge that Gandhi was devious and untruthful in his negotiations with the Viceroy. Agreeing with Noria, Bhasin states that Gandhi had succeeded in obtaining a private assurance from the Viceroy that the death sentence would be commuted, and Gandhi had conveyed the assurance to the working committee. This was meant to be strictly confidential, but the committee, hailing from Punjab, divulged it to a section of the press, which led to a revolt by the steel frame, with threats of mass resignations, and Irwin had to bow to their pressure. Disagreeing with Vasan's views that Gandhi had played a positive role in saving Bhagat Singh's life, Durrani in his article "Gandhi and Bhagat Singh" insists that the records of the Gandhi-Irwin correspondence, which constitute the first-class primary evidence, shows clearly that Gandhi was waiting in his efforts to press the Viceroy to commute Bhagat Singh's death sentence. In a comprehensive article entitled "Clemency Effort for Bhagat Singh", Noria rebuts Durrani's view that Gandhi did little or nothing to obtain clemency for Bhagat Singh. He argues that when Gandhi urged the Viceroy for suspension of Bhagat Singh's death sentence in his letter dated 23rd of March 1931, he desired not postponement but suspension in addition to the commutation proposal, and not in exclusion of it. Noria regrets this is an important point, that the issue of Bhagat Singh's execution had not been examined from the London, the government, the home government, and the Punjab government angles. Recently, two publications came out on Bhagat Singh, the first by S. Irfan Habib, to make the deaf clear, Ideology and Program of Bhagat Singh and his Comrades, 3 essays, and the second by Kuldeep Nair, Without Fear, The Life and Trial of Bhagat Singh. Habib's comprehensive and lucid study focuses on Bhagat Singh's ideological orientation, which is summed up in chapter 4 of his book entitled Ideology and Program.
एक पेज आगे चला गया दादा, एक
उसको
पेज
कौन
पीछे
पढ़
आ
रहे
गया।
हो? तो मत पढ़ो, इरफान हबीब को क्यों पढ़ रहे हो? छोड़ दो।
इतना में तो समझ में आ गया।
बहुत है ना, मतलब
हाँ, इतना में तो पूरा समझ में आ गया।
he wanted suspension, not commitment. अच्छा, मैंने इसको दिखाया था deliberately. Now हिरन में से एक सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, तेजवीर से सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ। तेजवीर और हिरन में ये बताना, भगत सिंह को किस चक्कर में फांसी हुई थी?
सर वो किसी पुलिस ऑफिसर को, सॉन्डर्स नाम का एक पुलिस ऑफिसर को गोली मारा था।
बस खत्म।
मरना नहीं, मतलब कारण यही दिखा गया।
तेजवीर तुम बताओ। तेजवीर सो रहा है लगता है, या होगा नहीं।
कोई और भी कारण था क्या उसके साथ?
ये तुम्हें कहाँ से, किसने बताया गोली मारी, कहाँ मारी और किसको मारी गोली हिरन में? जरा दोबारा बताना।
नहीं, वो जो सॉन्डर्स ने तो लाल बहादुर नहीं, लाला लाजपत राय को मारा था। तो सब यंग लोगों ने बदला लेने के लिए उनको पकड़ने के लिए सोच रहे थे, मतलब उनको गोली मारने का या फिर कुछ करने का सोच रहे थे। तो उन लोगों ने जगह पाके उनको गोली मारी थी।
प्रदीप,
वहाँ पे चंद्रशेखर आजाद भी थे।
प्रदीप तुम बताओ।
जी दादा, यही बताता है, ये हिस्ट्री में तो यही बताया जाता है कि लाला लाजपत राय का वो बदला लेना चाहते थे और जो है पुलिस चीफ को मारना चाहते थे, लेकिन सॉन्डर्स फंस गया रास्ते में। 1931 की बात है ये, और वो मारा गया।
मैं फिर से दिखाता हूँ तुम्हारे को, क्रोनोलॉजी बताता हूँ।
टाइमलाइन हम लोग पढ़ रहे थे
असेंबली में बॉम्बिंग का शायद।
हाँ,
असेंबली में बस
वो बोलिए। टाइमलाइन दिखाया गया था पहले, शुरुआत में हम लोग एक टाइमलाइन दिखाया था, इसमें दिया हुआ।
नहीं, क्या मजूम दादा क्या बोल रहे हो? किस लिए?
असेंबली में बॉम्बिंग,
प्रोविंशियल असेंबली पे भी बॉम्ब फेंके थे ना।
He was acquitted in assembly. ये जो दिखाते हैं, he was convicted in Lahore conspiracy case. उसमें उनको फांसी हुई, देख लो, फिर से देख लो, बताता हूँ।
अच्छा, मुझसे गलती हो गई।
सबसे
गलती सबसे होती है यार, तुम्हारे से गलती नहीं हुई है। सब पढ़ के तो ध्यान देते हैं।
टाइमलाइन में है सर।
क्या लिखा हुआ है? 12 जून
दिख नहीं रहा सर।
जजमेंट प्रोनाउंस्ड, ये असेंबली वाले केस में, एंड सेंटेंस टू ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ फॉर लाइफ, मतलब ये लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट हुआ उनको। देन आगे क्या बोल रहा है यहाँ पर? 10 जुलाई को ट्रायल इन लाहौर कंस्पिरेसी केस बिफोर द स्पेशल मजिस्ट्रेट आर.एस. कृष्णन, Yazidians died after 63 days of hunger strike, and then a special tribunal was set up under Lahore conspiracy ordinance to try the culprit involved in the case. ठीक है? Judgment of Lahore conspiracy case pronounced, death sentence. ठीक है? तो let it be clear in the mind of all that Bhagat Singh was hanged for Lahore conspiracy, not for assembly bombing or murder of somebody
Sanders.
like. वो नहीं था, सैंडर्स को मर्डर में नहीं, उसमें नहीं हुआ। ठीक है? तो
जी दादा,
आप लोगों को गलत हिस्ट्री पढ़ाई जाती है, कुछ भी बोल देते हैं कि अरे ऐसा पिक्चर में दिखाया गया था अजय देवगन को, उसमें ही बोलता है असेंबली के चक्कर में उनको फांसी दी गई, वो भी गलत है। क्या लिख रहा है ये पढ़ो, इसको बताता हूँ, इसको पढ़ो, थोड़ा सा समझ में आएगा। और मैं इसको सिर्फ बता रहा हूँ इसलिए क्योंकि उस समय हमारे जो गुलाब वाले क्या बोलते हैं, मीठा जवाहरलाल नेहरू साहब मस्ती मार रहे थे और ये बेचारे 24 साल की उम्र में फांसी में झूल रहे थे।
चॉकलेट चाचा।
हाँ, मीठे चाचा।
नहीं, हमारे भगत सिंह वो थोड़ा मतलब क्या कहते हैं, थोड़े ज़्यादा एजुकेटेड थे, क्योंकि उसने प्रयास किया था कि पंजाब में से उर्दू को हटा देना और ताकि वहाँ पे सिर्फ गुरुमुखी रखना।
खुद उर्दू पढ़ता था, वो उर्दू में लिखता था शायरी। वो
भगत सिंह was hanged in 1931 in Lahore case.
मैं तो लेता हूँ।
Pronounced guilty in another case. Details of the case show his conviction and hanging were illegal.
Bhagat Singh was hanged 1931 in Lahore jail. Bhagat Singh was pronounced guilty of murder in a murder case. Detail of the case of the conviction of hanging were illegal. तो क्या लिखा है? The Prabhas Datta, unlike some of the freedom fighters, including Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, Bhagat Singh was considered hero in Pakistan. Bhagat Singh is particularly respected by the Punjab-speaking population of Pakistan Punjab province. And Bhagat Singh was born in 28 September 1907. Sharif Bhagat Singh Nagar of Punjab in Indian side. At the age of 23, Bhagat Singh was hanged along with Revolutionary Rajguru and Sukhdev on 23rd March 1931. Achha, 23rd. Now it was emerged that the conviction of the pronounced by the court, which did not have the approval of the legislature for the constitution. और यहाँ पे क्या लिखा है पता नहीं।
For its constitution.
The death warrant issued for Bhagat Singh Sukhdev Rajguru was illegal, and the trial violated the principle of natural justice. Okay, Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Datta threw bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly on 8th of April to 1929 to protest against the draconian public safety bill. They also threw some handwritten leaflets to make the demand clear. It was low intensity bomb, now not meant to kill or hurt any member of the Legislative Assembly, as the explosion caused din का क्या मतलब है? भगवत सिंह and
इन का मतलब आवाज।
अच्छा अच्छा, okay. Because the
अंदर बन गई ना,
Bhattacharya
अंदर
Datta
बन गई ना।
stood there and later surrendered to the police themselves. The trial began on May 7th before British magistrate B.P. Poole. Bhagat Singh and Bhattacharya Datta were represented by the Asif Ali, member of the Indian National Congress, and while the public prosecutor was the Rai Bahadur.
कहाँ आ रहा है यार बार बार?
क्या बोले सर?
नाम के सामने बार बार कहाँ आ रहा है?
Public prosecutor was Rai Bahadur Surya Nayan, concluding the Bhagat Singh and Bhattacharya Datta threw bomb with the intention to kill, cause injuries to king magistrate subjects, and the judge framed charge committed in the revolutionary to session court under the British judge Leonard Middleton.
दादा,
जी सर।
ये कोर्ट में कहीं पर अगर पड़ेगा ना तो जज काम मार के निकलवाएगा, बोले कि टेक हिम आउट नाउ। हेलो
जी सुन रहा हूँ
हाँ
सर,
सर,
सुन रहा हूँ
मैं
सर।
बोला अगर एक कोर्ट में कहीं पे आर्गुमेंट करेगा ना और जब ये पढ़ना शुरू करेगा तो जो जज
समझ गया मैं सर, समझ गया।
अच्छा अच्छा।
पढ़िए।
So,
अफ
irked by the false allegation
पढ़ो।
leveled by the police that Bhagat Singh fired gunshot in the Legislative Assembly, and two revolutionaries refused to cooperate in the trial. Bhagat Singh did not carry a pistol to
नॉट
the
कहाँ है?
central.
नॉट कहाँ लिखा हुआ?
Sorry, mistake. Did carry a pistol to Central Hall, but he had surrendered it to the police at the time of courting arrest. Sorry, a courting arrest. Notwithstanding, the court pronounced them guilty and sentenced them to life, 14 years. But the British government
अभी इन
was
लोगों
not
ने पढ़ा
satisfied.
ट्रांसपोर्टेशन टू लाइफ, वही
अब आ
है
रहा है
अभी।
पीछे, ये अब नीचे आ रहा है कॉन्डोज वाला से।
But the British government was not satisfied with this alone. Bhagat Singh was linked with the another case, murder of British officer of John Saunders and head of the constable
हेड कांस्टेबल।
Ch- Chanan Chanan Singh. The police based their case on the similarity in handwriting of the leaflet thrown by the Bhagat Singh in the
तो
assembly
भगत सिंह
chamber
कहाँ है?
and
तो भगत सिंह कहाँ लिखा हुआ?
thrown
ये
by
दादा क्यों
Bhagat
बोलते
Singh.
हैं तो सेंटेंस में?
Singh in the assembly chamber and those found pasted at
हिरन
various
में मालूम है
places
तकलीफ क्या
in
होती है? एक मिनट,
Lahore
हिरन में
following.
हिरन
हाँ
में जब तुम
हाँ
पढ़ते हो और कोई भी सुपरफ्लुअस एक वर्ड लेके आ जाते हो तो हमें कंफ्यूजन होता है कि तुम पढ़ कहाँ से रहे हो, बिकॉज वी आर रीडिंग विद यू।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, सॉरी.
डोंट ऐड योर वर्ड्स विच या जो तुम्हारे तकिए कलाम है, उनको मत छोड़ो बीच में यार।
ठीक है
पब्लिक
ठीक
को
है
बहुत
ठीक है.
मतलब पब्लिक भी पढ़ रही होगी, पब्लिक भी लगेगा क्या पढ़ रहा है ये, आगे पढ़ो। ये लीफलेट थ्रोन बाय भगत सिंह इन द असेंबली चैम्बर एंड दोज फाउंड pasted at various places in Lahore following the killing of Saunders। यहाँ तो हो गया, आगे पढ़ो।
हाँ, दिस केस इज बेटर नोन एज लाहौर कॉन्स्पिरेसी केस. अच्छा, इसी केस को लाहौर कॉन्स्पिरेसी केस बोलते हैं. भगत सिंह, सुखदेव, राजगुरु were tried for the murder of Surrender and Chanan Singh. The trial in the Lahore conspiracy case began in Borstal
बॉस्टल
jail Boston jail, and was heard by first-class magistrate Pandit Sri Kishan, who was later given the title of Raj Sahib by the British
Rai
government.
Sahib, Rai Sahib.
Raj Sahib, yes sir. गलती हो गई.
कल जो मैंने कश्मीरी पंडितों का वो पढ़ा ना, वो नेहरू का, और कॉल का जो मैंने आर्टिकल पढ़ा, और जिस तरीके से इन लोगों ने अंग्रेजों की चमचागिरी की रही थी, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुसलमानों को इनसे बहुत कष्ट था. इन लोगों ने बहुत ज्यादा अंग्रेजों का चमचागिरी करी थी ना, और मुसलमानों की बहुत बजवाई थी, और ये लोग जज वज बन करके वहां पे जजमेंट भी देते थे. तो वो भी शायद एक गुस्सा होगा कश्मीरी पंडितों के ऊपर, जो इन लोगों ने इनको भगाया है वहां से. दे डिजर्व टू बी थ्रोन आउट ऑफ कश्मीर. पढ़े लिखे थे, लेकिन ये अंग्रेजों के टाइम में जज बन करके, वकील बन करके काफी लोगों को फांसी चढ़वाई है इन लोगों ने.
जी हाँ सर.
बात सही बोल रहा
फांसी नहीं चढ़ाना चाहिए था वो.
टोटल
लाइफ टाइम
केसेस में ये दिख रहा है, बिल्कुल यही दिख रहा है सर. कई केसेस में ये दिखता है कि कश्मीरी पंडित लोग जो है हमारे लोगों को ये पूरा पावर यूज करके अपील से ब्रिटिश फंसा देते थे.
पढ़ो आगे. मीनवाइल,
मैंने कहा छोड़ा. अच्छा, meanwhile Bhagat Singh was associated to had begun a hunger strike in jail in protest against the living condition of the prisoners. He and other revolutionaries refused to cooperate with the trial, which despite manufactured witness accused run approval and planted evidence did not make much progress after charges were framed against them.
एक मिनट. Now
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट जगह.
they were protesting against what? The
लिविंग कंडीशन.
ट्रीटमेंट इन दिस. गांधी जी को और बाकी लोगों को तो 5 स्टार VIP ट्रीटमेंट मिलता था जेलों में. वहां पर तो उनको सुबह चाय पिलाओ, बाद में फिर नाश्ता खिलाओ, बाद में फिर उनको ब्रिज खिलाओ, लंच खिलाओ, ये करते थे उनको.
नहीं
जो हमने
दादा,
पहले
पूरी
पढ़ा है ये इसको कोऑपरेट करता है.
दादा पूरी फैमिली वही रहती थी जेल में ही. वो लिखने
हाँ.
वाला, असिस्टेंट, फसिस्टेंट और सोने वाले साथ में सब वही रहते थे.
यहाँ देखिए मैन्युफैक्चर्ड विटनेसेस, मतलब ऐसे ही
सर मैं आपको
खड़ा
कह
किया
दूं,
गया है.
पाकिस्तान में अभी जो जैश ए मोहम्मद के जो लीडर का जो जब जेल में सेंटेंस होता है ना, तो तब भी उनको अपने फैमिली के साथ रखा जाता है. तो वैसे ही हालत है. हालत
जी सर.
मुख्तार अंसारी की बीवी भी रहती थी, अतीक की बीवी भी रहती थी, सब रहते थे. अंसार की बीवी भी रहती थी, वो सब रहते थे. आगे पढ़ो. वो लोग तो वहां पर DM और SP आके उनके साथ बैडमिंटन खेलते थे जेल के अंदर.
वाह. British government was losing patience as Bhagat Singh's popularity was soaring despite his being in jail. On May 1, 1930, Viceroy Lord Irwin promulgated an ordinance to set up a special tribunal to conduct the trial of Lahore conspiracy case. On October 7, 3 weeks before its term was coming to an end, the tribunal pronounced Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru guilty of killing Saunders and Chanan Singh. ये चरण सिंह को कोई मारा था क्या? वो उन लोगों ने शायद नहीं मारा होगा, भारतीय.
नहीं, वो सैंडर्स को मारे थे ना, उस समय वही मर गया था ना.
अच्छा.
पुलिस वो कांस्टेबल था उनके साथ में, सैंडर्स के साथ में.
अच्छा, ठीक है. अच्छा, the conviction was illegal. The entire case was Bhagat Singh was flawed. The FIR lodged in the case of murder of Saunders had not named the two unidentified accused. Bhagat Singh was not named in the FIR as a accused or suspect. His name was not added even later. It was only after the trial in the bomb case began that the British police connected him with the Lahore conspiracy case. Okay, the ordinance that was brought to set up the tribunal for trial of the Lahore conspiracy case never got the nod of legislature. It expired after the tribunal held Bhagat Singh guilty. under the provision of the 1935 Act. ये कौन सा एक्ट है? 1935 गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट. Ordinance of was required to procure the approval of the legislature.
एक मिनट, मजूमदार दादा, ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? गलत बोल रहे हैं ना ये?
क्यों सर?
अंडर द प्रोविजन ऑफ 1935 एक्ट. 1935 एक्ट क्या? वो तो 31 में बेचारे को फांसी चल गई थी. 35 एक्ट कहाँ से एप्लीकेबल हो गया वहां पर? ये कुछ भी लिखते हैं लोग.
सब तो गलत बोल रहे हैं.
दादा ये टाइम मशीन में बैठ के पीछे जा रहे हैं, 35 वाले एक्ट को लेके जा रहे हैं, वहां लागू
ये
कर
लोग सोचते हैं कि जो ये लोग लिखते हैं वो सारी दुनिया पढ़ती है, तो दुनिया बेवकूफ है. हमने लॉ पढ़ा हुआ है यार. ये 1935 का एक्ट के पीछे से लगेगा क्या?
एक चीज, पहले जो ट्रायल हुई थी ना, ट्राइब्यूनल के पहले, उसमें मतलब फॉल्स विटनेसेस थे, बाकी सब सेटअप किया गया था, तो उसके बावजूद लोग कुछ कर नहीं पाए ना, इसीलिए ट्राइब्यूनल.
On May 1, 1930, Viceroy Lord Irwin promulgated an ordinance to set up a tribunal. ठीक है, May 1, 1930. और यहाँ पर 35 एक्ट की बात कर रहा है. तो 35 एक्ट क्या, ये जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट है वो वहां पर 30 में लागू होता क्या? कुछ भी बोलते हैं.
वही तो बात कर रहा था मैं. The death warrant issued by the tribunal had expired before the Bhagat Singh and Sukhdev Rajguru were executed. The death warrant on which they were executed was not issued by the trial court, as it ceased to exist, for ordinance did not get a legislative approval. Under the law, only the trial court was empowered to issue death warrant. The death warrant that was issued and executed upon was thus illegal. जरा ये समझाइए मुझे क्या बोला है इससे आप?
अभी ये इतने बड़े बड़े वकील थे, कांग्रेस के जितने भी बड़े बड़े वकील थे, ये क्या सो रहे थे? ये आज की डेट में उठा रहे हैं. वो समय नहीं देख सकते थे क्या ट्रिब्यूनल नहीं कर सकता, ट्रायल कोर्ट कर सकता है, ये है वो है. और फिर बोलते हैं नहीं, गांधी ने बहुत एफर्ट किए थे उसको बचाने के लिए.
ये पैराग्राफ जो आने वाला है ना, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. द ट्रायल अगेंस्ट भगत सिंह, सुखदेव एंड राजगुरु वायलेटेड द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस. द अक्यूज्ड वर नेवर प्रेजेंटेड बिफोर द ट्राइब्यूनल. द डिफेंस वाज नॉट हर्ड. बाकी हम लोग इग्नोर भी करते हैं, तो यहीं तो खत्म हो जाता मामला ना. द डिफेंस वाज नॉट हर्ड. द डिफेंस लॉ वाज नॉट अलाउड टू क्रॉस एग्जामिन nearly 450 prosecution witnesses. Only those witnesses were allowed to be cross-examined by the defense lawyer were those who had turned approvers. यहीं तो मामला पूरा खत्म हो जाता.
क्या लिखा है? नाउ है पाकिस्तानी लॉयर. क्या लिखा है यहाँ पे? नाउ है पाकिस्तानी लॉयर इम्तियाज रशीद कुरैशी was petition in the Lahore High Court, highlighting the illegalities of the irregularities in the trial against Bhagat Singh, and Qureshi runs the Bhagat Singh Memorial Foundation in Lahore. अच्छा.
प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस वायलेट किया. एफआईआर का नाम नहीं. विटनेसेस सब ऐसे ही मतलब खड़ा किया गया.
अच्छा, Qureshi is fighting to get out. Sorry, to get the court set. अच्छा, कहाँ नीचे पढ़ रहे हैं?
नहीं, तुम पढ़ो, मैंने पढ़ लिया पूरा. मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, पढ़ो. It was a trial किधर था यार वो?
Qureshi is fighting to get the court set aside ruling of the tribunal availing the right to. और क्या लिखा है यहाँ पे? व्हाट्सएप का चिन्ह दे दिया. Right to review and restore honor of Bhagat Singh after the persistent effort of Qureshi has pronounced relevant document, including FIR registered.
Procured.
Pronounced नहीं है, procured.
मैंने कुछ गलत बोल दिया क्या?
He does not concentrate on something like कि क्या पढ़ रहा है और क्या बोल रहा है, वो दोनों में कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है लगता है.
अरे दादा ये
procure
अहमद भी तो
relevant
लगा
documents, including FIR registered in the Saunders murder case related to cases against Bhagat Singh to challenge the 87-year-old verdict. Okay. According to some report in Pakistan, Qureshi is hopeful that if the court in Pakistan sets
फिर
aside
गड़बड़
the
किया।
verdict against Bhagat Singh
इन ऑफ किधर है?
in Pakistan, मैंने बोला था नहीं क्या? Sets aside
तुमने
the
आप बोला था,
verdict.
इफ द कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान बोला था। अपने आप तुम्हारे अंदर से घुसता है कि ये ऑफ ही होगा, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जो लिखा है वही पढ़ो भाई।
अच्छा ठीक है, गलती हो गई। Sets aside the verdict against Bhagat Singh, the British Crown could be pressurized to tender an apology for the sham trial, judicial murder of Bhagat Singh.
शाम मतलब ऐसे दिखाने के लिए नकली ट्रायल।
अच्छा, sham trial, okay. Sham trial, judicial murder of Bhagat Singh, who was hanged 86 years ago. अच्छा, ये तो पाकिस्तानी आदमी ने कर दिया।
नहीं, ये पाकिस्तानी आर्मी ड्रामेबाजी ज्यादा करते हैं। जहाँ पे लाहौर में उनको फांसी हुई थी ना, वो जो लाहौर जेल है, उसका चौक जो है, वो चौक को भगत सिंह नाम रखना चाह रहे हैं पिछले 70 सालों से। पाकिस्तानी ने रखने नहीं दिया नाम। हर साल भगत सिंह के बर्थडे पे भी और उस दिन भी वो वहाँ जाते हैं जब उन्हें फांसी हुई थी, और वो कहते हैं कि इस चौक का नाम शादमान चौक से चेंज करके भगत सिंह रख दो। वो कहते हैं कि हम काफिर के नाम पे नहीं रखेंगे। और ये ब्रिटिश क्राउन को इट्स अ बिग शैम टू। ये भी शैम कर रहा है।
हाँ, वो तो उनका
पाकिस्तान खुद एक शैम है इतना बड़ा।
रेडिकलाइज।
आई मीन लिटरली अब उनका देखो ना, 15-20 आदमी खड़े हो जाते हैं हर साल चौक में। और जो जहाँ पे एक टाइम पे जेल होती है और जेल। हाँ जी। भगत सिंह से पहले किसी ने सुना मदन लाल ढींगरा का नाम?
मदन लाल ढींगरा नाम सुना है, पर तो उनका अवदान क्या है?
उन्होंने इंग्लैंड में जाके मारा था।
हाँ, मैंने सुना है वो उस समय बहुत पहले, भगत सिंह से भी पहले थे।
हाँ, भगत सिंह से भी बहुत पहले, 1909 में।
दादा
जी हाँ जी।
ये वो जो आप बता रहे हो ना लाहौर कॉन्स्पिरेसी केस, उसमें जब इनको सजा हुई थी उसके बाद का पोस्टर लगा हुआ है ये। अब बड़ा कर दूंगा तो दिखेगा, लेकिन स्क्रॉल करना पड़ेगा मुझे। ये देखिए, सेंटेंस सरदार भगत सिंह सेंटेंस टू हैंगिंग, died in jail. Mr. B.K. Dutt, case withdrawn. Sriman Rajguru, sentenced to hanging. M. Sukhdev, sentenced to hanging. M. Kishori Lal, transportation for life. M. Jaydev Kapoor, transportation for life. Shiv Verma, transportation for life. गया प्रसाद ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फॉर लाइफ, कमलनाथ तिवारी
ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फॉर लाइफ, ये क्या होता है?
लाइफ सेंटेंसेस है।
काला पानी,
अंडमान।
अच्छा, काला पानी हो गया था इनको। महावीर सिंह ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फॉर लाइफ, विजय कुमार सिन्हा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फॉर लाइफ, सुंदरलाल 7 years, प्रेमदत्त 5 years, एल देशराज acquitted, अजय कुमार घोष acquitted, मिस्टर सान्याल acquitted।
सन्याल को एक्विट करने के बाद सन्याल फिर से।
अच्छा, ये लोग जिंदा है क्या? देशराज अभी जिंदा है क्या?
दादा एक मिनट, क्या हुआ? सन्याल ने क्या किया दादा एक्विटल के बाद?
फिर से जूझ गए थे, फिर कुछ गड़बड़ किया था उन्होंने।
ओके।
फिर फंसे हो।
Printed and published for the Daily Milap, Ganpat Road, Lahore, by Chaudhry Gauri Shankar at National Art Press, Anarkali, Lahore। ठीक है दादा, ये उस टाइम का पोस्टर भी दिखा दिया।
चलो बंद करो, 3:55 हो गया।
ठीक है दादा।
तो हम लोगों ने इनको भी कवर कर लिया है, भगत सिंह को भी। भगत सिंह को और ट्रिब्यूट देनी पड़ेगी आगे जाके।
जी दादा। तो
राजगुरु वो जो मराठी ना,
राजगुरु मराठी है।
राजगुरु साहब मराठी थे। हाँ, वो कपूर साहब जो है वो हरदोई वाले थे, जो अपना बैलगाड़ी लेके जा रहे थे और पीछे से अंग्रेज लोग आ रहे थे और उनको, अंग्रेजों को आगे जाने के चक्कर में जो उनके स्क्वाड वाले थे ना, पुलिस वालों ने उनके बैलों के ऊपर बड़े जोर से डंडे मारे थे। उसे बहुत जोर से गुस्सा आया था। उसके बाप ने उसको मुंह बंद कर दिया था, बोला ज्यादा गड़बड़ करेगा तो यहीं भी मारेंगे ये लोग। देन ही बिकेम रिवॉल्यूशनरी।
जो मदनलाल ढींगरा ना, ये बहुत ही अमीर फैमिली से था, अमृतसर की।
हाँ,
बहुत ही अमीर फैमिली, इसकी फैमिली ने इसे बेदखल कर दिया था, ताकि अंग्रेज उन्हें कुछ कहे ना। ये 1909 में ही।
अरे बाजवा साहब, इतने दिन से आप देख रहे हो ना कि अगर ये 4-5 कमीने नहीं होते थे ना तो देश की आजाद, मतलब देश डिवाइड नहीं होता था, सब शांति से रहते थे। इन लोगों ने बहुत खुराफात किया। अपनी अपनी क्या बोलते हैं, इच्छाओं को पूरा करने के लिए पता नहीं कितने मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल का इन्होंने इच्छाओं को दमन किया।
राइट।
अच्छा, मदनलाल ढींगरा और हमारे जो सावरकर, उनका कोई कनेक्शन है ना?
हाँ है। सावरकर और मदनलाल ढींगरा दोनों इंग्लैंड में थे। तो वीर सावरकर ने उन्हें समझाया कि तुम तो इतने अमीर आदमी हो, तुम बड़ा कुछ कर सकते हो। और उन्हें अंग्रेजी भी अच्छी पढ़ने लिखनी आती थी, अच्छे फैमिली से थे। उनके पिताजी अमृतसर में बहुत बड़े सिविल सर्जन थे, डॉक्टर थे अंग्रेजों के साथ। और उन्हें इंग्लैंड भेजा था पढ़ने के लिए। तो उन्होंने वो कर्जन वाइली को मार दिया। फिर एक गवर्नर था बंगाल का फॉर्मर, उसको भी मारने की कोशिश की। 2-3 ऐसे उन्होंने किए। तो उन्होंने 1909 में जब उन्हें फांसी लगाई गई थी, उससे पहले उनकी स्पीच पढ़ने वाली है, अंग्रेजी में स्पीच थी।
अच्छा,
मरने से पहले जो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे नहीं फर्क पड़ता कि मैं तुम्हें पढ़ के सुनाता हूँ उनकी लास्ट स्पीच क्या है। I do not want to say anything in defense of myself, but simply to prove the justice of my deed. As for myself, no English law court has got any authority to arrest and detain me in person or pass sentence of death on me. That is the reason I did not have any counsel to defend me. And I maintain that if it is patriotic in an Englishman to fight against the Germans if they were to occupy this country, it is as much more justifiable and patriotic in my case to fight against the British. I hold the English people responsible for the murder of 80 millions of Indian people in the last 50 years. They are also responsible of taking away 100 million sterling every year from India to this country. I also hold them responsible for the hanging and deportation of my patriotic countrymen who did just the same as the English people here are advising their countrymen to do. And the Englishman who goes out to India and gets, say, 100 pounds a month, that simply means that he passes a sentence of death on 1,000 of my poor countrymen, because these 1,000 people could easily live on this 100 pounds sterling, which Englishmen spend mostly on frivolities and pleasures. Just as Germans have no right to occupy this country, so the English people have no right to occupy India. And it's perfectly justifiable on our part to kill the Englishman who is polluting our sacred land. I'm surprised at the terrible hypocrisy, the farce, and the mockery of the English people. They pose as the champions of oppressed humanity, the peoples of the Congo and the people of Russia. And there's a terrible oppression and horrible atrocities committed in India. For example, the killing of 2 million of people every year and the outraging of a woman. In case this country is occupied by Germans and Englishmen, not bearing to see the Germans walking with the insolence of conquerors in the streets of London, goes and kinvolver to Germans, and that Englishman is held as a patriotic by the people of this country. Then certainly I'm prepared to work for the emancipation of my motherland. Whatever else I have to say is in the paper before the court. I make this statement not because I wish to plead for mercy or anything of that kind. I wish that English people should sentence me to death. In that case, the vengeance of my countrymen will be all the more keen. I put forward this statement to show justice of my cause to the outside world, and especially towards sympathizers in America and Germany. ये इसकी लास्ट स्पीच थी।
अच्छा, ये उन्होंने कोर्ट में बोला था क्या?
वाओ,
हाँ,
क्या
कोर्ट
language है
में
देखो।
कोर्ट में अंग्रेजी में बोला था।
हाँ, वही लिखा गया। इस समय पढ़े लिखे लोग ही आते थे ना।
क्या बात है।
चाहते तो डॉक्टर ही बनते पिताजी के तरह। सिविल सर्जन उस जमाने में मतलब
संदीप कौन सी बुक से पढ़ रहे थे, थोड़ा सा नाम तो लिखो ना प्राइवेट चैट में।
ये तो मैं विकिपीडिया से पढ़ रहा था, मदनलाल ढींगरा का पेज।
ओके ओके, ठीक है, वहां पर कहीं पर रेफरेंस होगा, नो प्रॉब्लम, कर लेंगे।
बड़ी अच्छी स्पीच है इनकी,
ये
मदनलाल ढींगरा की
पढ़े
स्पीच इंग्लिश की। हमारे स्कूल के हर बच्चों को पढ़नी चाहिए ये स्पीच।
हाँ, यही मैं बोलने जा
कौन
रहा था
पढ़ता
कि
है
आज
साहब
बच्चों
आज
को
की
पढ़ाना
डेट में।
चाहिए।
क्योंकि
इसको
हमने सुन
इंग्लिश
लिया ना, अरे मुझे तो पता नहीं था ना ठीक से।
इसको हिंदी में
मैं
ट्रांसलेट करके,
थोड़ा थोड़ा
हर लैंग्वेज में ट्रांसलेट करके पढ़ानी चाहिए। 1909, 100 कितने साल हो गए, 115 साल, 114 साल पहले
जी हाँ।
बोली थी ये स्पीच।
मैं उनका सोच
अच्छा,
देखिए।
उसमें मदनलाल ढींगरा का टाइम
एक्सटेम्पोर
मतलब एज
कोर्ट
कितना
में
होगा
बोल
सर?
रहे हैं।
उसको कॉलेज स्टूडेंट होंगे।
एज होगी,
एक
born in 1883, 17 and 9, 26, 26 साल।
हाँ ठीक है, मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अब देखिए कोर्ट रूम में इस तरह बोलना उतना आसान नहीं है। जब वो ट्रायल फेस कर रहे हैं तो भी मन में जो है देखिए देश के प्रति
संदीप को गाना याद है क्या?
कौन सा?
जय भारती साहब को, आपको दोनों को याद होगा, रहे ना रहे हम चमका करेंगे वाला जो है ना। ठीक है, आज
राइट।
कोई नहीं देख रहा है, नहीं देखे, लेकिन बाद में तो देखेगा ना। हम लोग नहीं रहेंगे तो क्या है, ये पड़ा रहेगा। अगर यूट्यूब जिंदा रहा तो कम से कम ये वीडियो तो रहेगा, सबको
एग्जैक्टली। हाँ,
दिखाई तो देगा कि हाँ भाई कौन क्या कर रहा था, क्या नहीं कर रहा था। भले ही आज तुम टिकटॉक देखो, चाइनीज में देखो, या मुर्गे मुर्गे की लड़ाई देखो, नो प्रॉब्लम। हम लोग तो इतिहास से खोद के लेके आ रहे हैं। बाप रे, क्या क्या चीजें हुई हैं। उधम सिंह
जी हाँ, जी हाँ।
उधम सिंह की जब एसेज आई थी ना, उनको जैल सिंह साहब पंजाब के चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, और पूरे पंजाब में और पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में घुमाई गई थी। देहरादून में भी आई थी वो, शाम के टाइम जैल सिंह खुद लेकर के आए थे।
हाँ जी।
गुरुद्वारा में रखा गया था उनको वहां पर।
उधम सिंह की बात कर रहे हैं, उधम सिंह की।
हाँ, उधम सिंह 75 की बात है साहब, 75 हो
राइट।
गया,
हाँ जी।
74 सितंबर के आसपास की बात है।
राइट। हाँ
मतलब
जी।
देहरादून में सर्दियां शुरू हो रही थी, उस समय की बात है।
अभी
जैल सिंह
सोचो।
ओपन ओपन उसमें आर्मी के ट्रक में लेकर के आए थे वहां पर
हाँ जी।
उधम सिंह की अस्थि कलश को।
और मदनलाल जी देखो कितने पढ़े लिखे थे ना, सरेआम कोर्ट में खड़े होकर बता रहे हैं कि तुमने हर साल तुम 100 मिलियन स्टर्लिंग लेते आते हो इंडिया से, पर को अंग्रेज 100 पाउंड भी खर्चता है, तो उससे हमारे कितने लोग, हमारे इंडिया के लोग हिस्सेदार रह सकते हैं जो जिन्हें तुम मार रहे हो। 115
जी हाँ,
साल
जी
पहले
हाँ।
उनके कोर्ट में खड़े होकर ये बात बोल रहे हैं।
आज कोई बोल पाएगा।
सर वीडियो अपॉलॉजी बंद करते हैं, 4 घंटे हो गए हैं, क्योंकि बाद में फिर लोग जब टाइम देखते हैं तो देखते नहीं है। अपन बैक से बात करते हैं, ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
ओके ओके।
ठीक है दादा।
प्रदीप कस्टमरी
नहीं, अच्छा हुआ यही
कस्टमरी
मतलब, हाँ, मदनलाल ढींगरा के बात का रिकॉर्ड हो गया, अच्छा बात है।
मैंने बुक भी निकाली, मैं बैक स्टेज में दिखाता हूँ।
चलो
तो
इसको
ठीक है, इसकी एंडिंग
बंद करो।
करते हैं। तो हमारे ऑडियंस, आज का ये जो है पार्ट 2 खत्म होता है, और हम चाहेंगे आप इसको लाइक करें, शेयर करें, सब्सक्राइब करें, और जो है बेल आइकन यानी अपनी नोटिफिकेशन ऑन कर लीजिए ऑल पे, और इसको शेयर ज़रूर करें, बाद में अपने कमेंट्स छोड़ें। तो इसके साथ हम
कमेंट्स में क्रिटिसाइज करे, गाली दे, जितना हो सके दे।
हाँ, गाली हिरोन्या को दे दो, ठीक है, वो रख लेगा। अगले पार्ट के साथ फिर हाजिर होंगे, आपके सामने फिर आएंगे अगला पार्ट लेके, पार्ट 3। तब तक के लिए
वंदे
शुभ
मातरम।
रात्रि। जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय।
वंदे मातरम जी सबको।
भारत माता की।
हाँ जी, वंदे मातरम।